Good morning. We'll call the Pennington County Commission meeting for December 6th, 2016 to order. Stand for a moment of silent reflection. Pledge of Allegiance led by Highway Superintendent Tom Wilsey.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item is to review and approve the agenda. Does anyone have any changes they wish to make to the agenda? If not, do we have a motion?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Next item is the consent agenda. Holly?
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hennies, Commission Office Manager. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items: approval of the minutes from the special meeting of November 10th, 2016, approval of the minutes from the regular meeting, November 15th, 2016, approval of the minutes from the special meeting, November 22nd, 2016. Number 8 is to authorize the budgeted general fund operating transfer to the E911 fund in the amount of $11,824. Number 9 is to schedule a public hearing at 9:15 a.m. on December 20th, 2016 for Budget Supplement SP 16-020 for the general fund state's attorney's budget. Number 10 is to authorize Buildings and Grounds to advertise for bids for the LED lighting project at the James Kerstead Event Center on the fairgrounds. Number 11 is to confirm the reappointment of Alexander Purcell as the Veteran Service Office for a 4-year term effective January 2017 through the first Monday in January 2021. Number 12 is to approve the 2017 Scenic Township Number 7 Maintenance and Snow Removal Agreement. Number 13 is to declare 8 vehicles, including 1 Chevrolet Trailblazer, 1 Chevrolet Tahoe, and 6 Ford Tauruses as surplus for the purpose of trade as part of the 2017 planned vehicle replacement. And number 14 is authorization to purchase 9 replacement vehicles, including 6 Dodge Chargers, 1 Chevrolet Tahoe, and 2 Ford Interceptor SUVs per the state contract as presented by the sheriff.
Does anyone wish any of the items on the consent agenda removed?
Mr. Chair, 7,
7,
10, 12, 13, 14.
would you repeat those, please?
7, 10, 12, 13, 14.
Okay. Any others? If not, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the items 5, 6, 8, 9, and 11 of the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 7.
Mr. Chair, since I didn't attend on the 22nd, I think we should vote and I'll abstain.
For what?
'Cause I wasn't part of the meeting, so I shouldn't be voting on those minutes.
Oh, okay.
Move to approve number 7.
Second?
Mr. Chairman, I think I will for the same reason. I brought it up a long time ago. I think that it's hard to vote in favor of the minutes when you haven't been there and you don't know what went on.
Any other comments? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'll abstain.
I'm staying here.
4 to 1, or 4 with 1 abstention.
Two abstentions,
Two
sir.
abstentions.
Oh, excuse me. 3 to 2 then. Item 10.
Well, Mr. Chair, item 19A, B, I believe it is, Bravo, is a supplement to the budget to pay for the LED lighting, and it looks to me like we're getting the cart ahead of the horse. We shouldn't be authorizing the bidding until the money is available.
So, Mr. Chair, so to clarify, you would like to move number 10 after 19A?
At a minimum, if not after, whether it's this meeting or next meeting, but after we need to have the money first.
Well,
Mr. Chair, we authorized 3 to 2, the
Yeah.
money to be authorized to do the bidding or the advertising for bids. I think it was the last meeting, so the money is appropriated.
Any further discussion?
Chair, it can't be any clearer. 19B is a budget supplement that we're going to vote on, I presume. It's not there just for a formality. We're going to vote on it. And and I don't know, I will vote no, and I don't know whether Commissioner Buskirk will vote with me no, but one of you 3 other Republicans might vote with us. And there won't be any money available.
I don't believe you're supposed to refer to political party on behalf of our positions. George, that's inappropriate.
And your authority?
I think we could change the tenor of our discussion.
Move approval of number 10, please.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
I have one, Mr. Chairman. Since our auditor is here, we did vote to authorize the money. What happens if we vote no on the budget supplement then? Where we at?
If the budget supplement goes down, you've already, in your motion, I believe from last week when it was authorized, you said the money would come from accumulated building. This is just the accounting end of it. I suppose you could change your minds. You still have to fund the project unless you what's the word?
Rescind.
Rescind the previous
We'd
motion.
have to find a different place for the money to come from.
Yes.
Is all you're saying.
Yes.
But the money is there.
Yes, the money is available in accumulated building.
Any other comments?
Thanks, Julie.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 12.
I've asked the county highway to come up with numbers for cost to us, to Scenic Township for the last 5 years, preferably the last 10 years, and I presume he's done so.
Tom Wilsey, Highway Department. If I may, I'll pass out
Yes, you
what
may.
I've got here.
Thanks, Tom. Got a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Oop, that's okay. The lid was on.
These are the funds that the expenses we've had for since 2010 on the Scenic. We have been doing this with Scenic since 1979. So, but this is as far back as we went on the numbers. As you can see, the numbers for blading and snow removal range from $7,600 to over $17,000. Just depends upon the year. If you get a lot of moisture during the summer, you'll blade a lot more. If you get a lot of snow in the winter, you'll plow a lot more snow. The big year for snow was 2013, and that was
Storm Atlas.
Storm Atlas. So, this shows you the cost that we have incurred for doing this.
Do we get reimbursed?
Pardon?
Are we getting reimbursed from Scenic Township?
No, we are paying them to do this, work for it. The way we are getting, what we're getting out of this is, I don't have to have another FTE or motor grader to take care of these roads. The list on the far left lists, there are numbers there, those represent each different roads down in this Scenic Township that we are responsible for. They're anywhere from 2 miles to 8 miles long. So this is saving us money by not having to have another FTE.
So, Mr. Chair, if that's okay, I'm going to ask a question. Tom, what do we usually, do we charge all townships this amount or just scenic? I mean, what do we do across the board?
This is the township we have an agreement with. We don't have an agreement with any other. They have to take care of their own
Or
roads. and ours.
snow
We
removal?
take care of ours.
Okay,
They
We take
are
care of
charging
ours.
us. We're paying them.
yes.
Yeah, we are paying them to take care of our roads for us down there. We take care of Sage Creek Road down to Scenic, and then they take care of all the rest.
Mr. Chair, my concern is from 45 to 90, that's twice, double.
They have not asked for a raise in price since 2009. The cost of the steel to the iron, the motor graders, sorry, the cost of the motor graders have skyrocketed since then.
So, Tom, there isn't anywhere that we do snow removal where we charge anybody a rate?
We do snow removal for other entities, such as the Forest Service and them, and this is right in the middle of it, what we charge.
So the rate is
The rate is reasonable.
$90 is what we charge Forest Service and
We
other
charge from
places.
$78 to $108, depending upon the location.
Thank you, sir.
This is a reasonable rate.
Mr. Chair, the one big difference is that, yes, we charge the Forest Service and Game Fish and Parks or whomever. The primary beneficiaries of these county roads are those folks. Plus, they get township fees from license plates. Plus, they don't pay unorganized road tax. And once again, they're the primary beneficiaries of those county roads.
So,
I don't see any problem with an increase, but double is too hefty for me.
So, Mr. Chair, just to reflect back on what you said, Tom.
Yes.
You said that, let's say, we'll take the 2013 year where with the huge storm, we paid that township $17,000, right?
That year.
Yes.
That's for blading and snow removal.
And that's the most expensive year we have in
that
this
is.
list of 7 years. So what would it have cost for us to put a grader down there, for us to put a person down there, for the maintenance and all of that? What would that have cost?
Well, it would have cost me I'll let Mark.
I mean, what would it have cost the county if we were maintaining that?
Mark Schock, Pennington County Highway. I did ask Chris Grable, our accountant, that question this morning. What we consider as the motor grader rental rate for Pennington County, which includes everything from the purchase of the motor grader to the maintenance of the motor grader, the fuel, all supplies, all parts. That comes to $72 an hour. Is what we're paying to operate our motor graders. Now, that does not include labor. So you need to add that on top of that for our actual costs.
Okay. So we would be paying,
Take this, divide it by 45, take it times 90, that's what our cost would be.
okay.
Because a motor grader operator would be right around that $20 an hour rate.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve an increase to $75 an hour.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second, discussion on the motion.
Well, I don't know exactly if I'm going to vote for it or not, Mr. Chairman, but, I mean, to say that we would have to have a motor grader down there and a person full-time, that's not true. Because even at $17,000, average of $50, that's 340 hours, and so we don't need a permanent person down there. However, what we would have to do is drive a grader back and forth to Scenic or further than that, and that would take some time and road, I'm sure road miles aren't good for those things, so.
Yeah, because they would have to come from either Wall or New Underwood. But our people in Wall and New Underwood are stretched pretty thin right now. That's why I say I would have to have another FTE to cover their routes plus add these to it.
And this is 32 miles we're talking about.
Yeah.
For, on an average of, what, 9,000?
Somewhere.
Anybody do snow removal on their property lately?
Mr. Chair,
I have the floor, please.
go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Just for a parking lot of mine cost me $100, and my parking lot isn't very big. In fact, it's pretty small. So, I think we're being pretty reasonable, and we are getting, was it $90 per hour? They just blade it and go for $100. So think about that. I think they're getting pretty reasonable for $90. I'm not opposed to 75, but it's also 32 miles. It's not just a parking lot. So let's compare to what everybody else would have to pay for this. And I don't think $90 an hour is too bad. And plus the total amount, look what you're paying, guys, compared to, you did a mile of someone's property, that would probably cost you at least that much. That's what's crazy.
I think your guy said he's going to charge you $200 next year.
Thank you, Busker, you're always willing to help me out.
You'll be
So-
out there shoveling, huh?
We have someone who wishes to comment.
Morning. Didn't you say you plowed a Scenic?
You are,
Dan Richer. I thought I heard Tom say that they plowed a Scenic.
No, Sage Creek.
We come down to Scenic along, now I'm blowing a blank on the name of the road.
As far as gravel maintenance you're
Yeah.
talking about, or for snow removal?
Down to, down
Sage Creek.
Sage Creek Road, sorry, thank you.
We do snow removal and gravel maintenance on Sage Creek Road, which is kind of a main thoroughfare from this region, the scenic region, southeast corner of the county to Wall. But that Sage Creek Road is 27.33 miles total. Part of that being gravel, part of it being asphalt. So the biggest advantage, I feel, to this agreement is that we can get the snow removal done in a more timely manner. We've have 27 miles from Wall to Scenic. Yes, we do have a motor grader there doing that maintenance, but that motor grader needs to turn around and do another 27 miles back. So these other roads may be delayed in that process of snow removal and or gravel maintenance.
Mr. Chair, how long does it take to do that 27 miles? Depending.
Snow removal,
Yeah.
it's not that long, half a day or so, but, or less. But now gravel maintenance, that's an all-day affair, 27, or 2 days. They're lucky if they can get it done in 2 days. And typically, we lose our moisture in our gravel. If it's a one-day rain event, we have about 2 days to take advantage of that. moisture, and then it's gone. So I understand George's concern here, but the largest advantage, the biggest advantage is taking advantage of that moisture while it's available, having another motor grader on the road when conditions are optimum, and we're not paying for that motor grader year round, or operator. So, I guess in my opinion, the commission has several options here, but my opinion is either accept the proposal from the Scenic Township at $90 an hour, reject the proposal, and they'll still get their services. It'll just be delayed services. It's gonna take us longer to get there. Or as George already has, maybe propose an alternate dollar amount.
Mr. Chairman, I remember during budget hearings that they had to have this certain amount of money, or services would fall, 1 or 2 inches, and I wouldn't get my road plowed. I think was an example that I heard. Weed control would go away, and this and that and the other thing if they didn't get their money. Now, we're gonna double the price. Thank God we've had a mild fall and near none snow down there, but a double? And I understand 2009 was the last pay increase. But I don't think inflation has went up 100% since 2009. So that's
Mr. Chair, I'm
point.
sorry, Dan, when did they come to the budget hearing? When did that township come to the budget
No,
hearing?
no, no, no. No, not the township. Highway, when they were asking for extra funds. They didn't get them, snow removal wouldn't be done, and if 1 or 2 inches might not get snow removal done for 2 or 3 days, and weed control wouldn't get done if we didn't get this money, and on, and now we're just gonna 100% increase? I don't think inflation went up 100% since 2009. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, Mr. Chair, the crux of the matter is when you, when you live out there where they do and where I do, we don't expect service overnight or even the next day sometimes. Sometimes you get snowed in when you live out away from a lot of people, and there's not very many people out there, just like where I live. So you don't expect the same level of service. And once again, those folks are the primary beneficiaries. So I think $75 is a great plenty. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more thing to say. I was gonna vote in favor of the $90 until Dan reminded me. The people in this county decided not to have a wheel tax. And that's when we said, well, this is gonna cost you some services, folks. So I just changed my mind.
Okay, anything further?
Yes, sir. Are you going to take, if we decide $75 and they say that's acceptable? I mean, I don't have a problem with us going back, at least trying for 75. If they decide that they don't want that, we end up having to come back and say 90, or we're doing it ourselves, I'm okay with that. Does that make sense?
We would have to clear this with the township,
That's
the 75. And I'm not sure if they would accept it or not. From talking with them, I could not say.
And if they don't accept it, then we take responsibility.
We would probably have to take responsibility.
Okay.
And that 90 is their proposal. We have every right to counter that proposal.
And that's what I'm saying, Mark. Maybe
Yes.
we could counter that proposal. George's not far off in Buskerud with that. 75, I don't think is bad. Again, it's from 45 to 90, which is double. I think it's a fair proposal at 75.
So, Mr. Chair, could I do a substitute motion where we, as a commission, would direct the highway superintendent to negotiate with the Scenic Township for a better price, target of $75?
Second.
Okay, we have a substitute motion and a second. Discussion on substitute motion.
Mr. Chair, if we're going to negotiate, I'd prefer that the county commissioner from that district do the negotiating. So I'll make a substitute motion that District 4 county commissioner negotiate with Scenic Township.
Is there a second to that substitute motion?
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. I'm quite surprised
second
that,
There's a second.
Got to have a second person.
Oh, good.
If there's no second to that motion, then we're back to the second substitute motion, which is to direct the highway department to negotiate.
with a target of 75.
Yes.
See how it happens.
Any further discussion on that motion? If not, we'll do a roll call vote.
Buskerud,
Yes.
Fairby,
Yes.
Troutman, or sorry, Hadcock,
Aye.
and Troutman,
Yes.
and Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried. Okay, item 12, or 13.
Mr. Chair, 13 and 14 are the one surplusing, others buying new vehicles, and it looks like here it says, purpose of the trade is part of the 2017 planned vehicle replacement. And I don't think 2017 is here yet, so I think those two items ought to be delayed until 2017.
Morning, Kevin Tone, Pennington County Sheriff. Just a little background on this. This is the same process we've used for 5 years I've been sheriff and prior to that, so it's not a new process. What happens is the state bid comes out in the fall, so we need to go ahead and place our vehicle order, and then we get the vehicles delivered somewhere between March and May of 17. So the vehicles are in our 2017 budget, so already accounted for, and that's the background on it, so I don't know what else you need to know. Commissioner Fairby had asked for the mileage, and I provided that to you in a handout on your desk in front of you there, so.
Any other questions for
Mr. Chair,
Kevin?
and I appreciate the mileage, and that was one of the questions I had and some of my constituents had, and these are 2013 vehicles, correct?
Pardon?
The vehicles that were surplusing are 2013.
No, there's a variety of, the year on the vehicles,
The surplus vehicles.
well, they range from 2008, 2011, 2013, so several different years.
Yeah, all the Ford Tauruses, the 6 of the 8 were 2013 models.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, with technology the way it is, I think we probably ought to be looking at keeping vehicles more than 100 and, high mileage was 122,000?
33.
122,000 is what I see here. But, excuse me, 133. At trade-in time. Right now, 122,000. To me, I think we need to take another look at our vehicle replacement program, and 3 years seems like it's low to me.
Move approval of number 13, please.
Second?
Motion and a second to approve item 13. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem taking a look at our replacement program, but, you know, these vehicles are used a lot, and I've got a 2008 pickup with 45,000 miles on it. And I got a 2012 Highlander with 100,000 miles on it. So, you know, you don't, years don't mean anything, and these are hard usage. But I don't have a problem looking at a different way of how I don't even know if we have a program, or I suppose the sheriff's office has a list of criteria.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
You know, I mean, over the years, we've continued to refine this process, and you try and find that balance of when it starts costing you more in maintenance than it does to operate it, and try and find that sweet spot, if you will, as to when to trade them. And we feel that's where we're at in terms of mileage on these. And the thing that's deceiving too is not just mileage. There's a tremendous amount of idle time on these. They might sit at an accident scene or a crime scene for 6, 8, 10, 12 hours idling. So you got a lot of idle time on the engines that isn't reflected just in the mileage as well.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I heard on the way in that, that the Air Force One has been canceled, or Trump is thinking about canceling, so maybe we can help him with his replacement program.
Any
Thank
other
you.
comments on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item 14.
14 was part of 13, so same rationale.
Mr. Chair, one comment. There's a point where you got to trust and verify, which is our job, the facts on the information. And at this point, I believe we can trust the sheriff that he knows better than we do on how this is done. If we want to change the process, we can always work with the sheriff department on how he does replacements. I don't have a problem with that. But at this point, that hasn't been brought up or done, so I'm going to trust that Mr. Tome, the sheriff, can run his department in a positive way and for the benefit of Pennington County. Thank you.
I'm not clear on whether, when we approved item 13, did that motion include both 13 and 14?
We can vote on this separately, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve 14.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 14. Any discussion?
Once again, Mr. Chair, this is not 2017 yet.
Mr. Chair,
Anything further?
yes, sir. This was put in the 2017 budget, and this has been the process for the last 5 years. Again, if we'd like to change that process, I'm willing to look at that. But again, this was in the 2017 budget, and this is how we've done it for the last 5 years. If you'd like to change that, I'm willing to look at that resolution.
And Mr. Chair, again, if I can just reiterate, if we place the order now for the vehicle, they're actually manufactured in the sequence that they're ordered, and it'll be somewhere between March and May when we typically get delivery. So if we waited till early in 17 to order vehicles, it'd be late in 17 before we'd even get our vehicles, and that, messes up our replacement cycle that we've proposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Dan Richer again. I guess I have some concerns, but I trust the sheriff. He's not the other one, so. But I would like to ask, you just spent a lot of money here in a consent agenda. I mean, shouldn't all this money be voted on separately? And that's a lot of money here under this consent agenda,
Mr. Chair?
so.
Dan, sir, hopefully we do our homework and we look at all this, and that the citizens look at this and have time to call us, because most of us go through this with our department heads beforehand, and that's our job. So it is money being spent, but hopefully people are prepared for their meeting and have asked the questions, which I did call Kevin Tome, or Sheriff Tome, yesterday, and many of the people on this agenda. So we're more than willing to answer questions if you have them, but hopefully on the consent agenda, we are prepared, let alone the rest of them, sir.
I did read it, and that's why I'm bringing the question up. However, we did pass Marcy's Law, just based on a little paragraph. So not everybody is reading these packages. I mean, they're huge. So that's just a suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments? No, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 15. County Cares presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Janet Saylor, County Treasurer.
Morning.
Above you will see the self-service SST terminal that is,
Can't hear you very
oh, sorry. On the screen is the SST terminal, which is fully automated for motor vehicle registration renewal, which dispenses licensed vehicle tags on the spot. Pennington County was chosen as the pilot county to test these terminals for the state of South Dakota when they came out in 2010. They allow for renewals of your vehicle registration outside of regular business hours of the county offices across the state and to those needing to renew their vehicles outside of the county. Since the first one was implemented, the state has provided an additional terminal to Pennington County and has 8 more statewide terminals. Our terminal location is at the Kansas City Street entrance of our new administration building, and the other one is located in the Rushmore Mall in front of Herberger's. While the machine at the county administration building is available 24/7, the one at the mall next to Herberger's is only open during regular mall hours. If you are headed across the state of South Dakota and realize that your plates will be expiring or have expired and it's the weekend, you as a holder of a South Dakota driver's license or valid South Dakota ID card can access a state SST in the area you are in and be on your way. Or if you're unable to get to our office within the 90-day expiration date of the time that your plates expire, you're also welcome to use the terminal. The machine takes most credit cards and will take your personal check. It does not take cash. These machines are completely maintained by the state of South Dakota and not the county where they are located in. There is an additional $2 per vehicle fee for processing your renewals through all the SSTs and your own county fee. If you have a wheel tax and you live in Meade County, you can use the SST at the administration building here or the one at the mall. It doesn't matter what county you're from, but that automatically figures a wheel tax. You don't get out of paying the wheel tax because you're using an SST. A vehicle owner, it's very easy to navigate through it, and it's all screen touch. Voice assistance helps you if you have a valid South Dakota driver's license, a South Dakota ID card, or if you're a company. The information is provided on your renewal notice, and once the payment has been submitted and your transaction is completed, the license, renewal tags, and vehicle registrations are dispensed directly from the machine. During the transaction, the customer is asked to scan the barcode on their South Dakota driver's license or their South Dakota identification card. This action retrieves all of the vehicle owner's registration and allows them to select only the registrations they want to renew. So if I go into the SST and I want to renew my license plates and I put in my driver's license, it's going to bring up every vehicle that has my name on it also. If there's a vehicle out there that's only licensed in my husband's name, I cannot renew that vehicle. So both names would have to be on the title in order for you to use the SST. The SST now allows vehicle owners to register up to 90 days prior and 12 months after the expiration of their current license tags. It used to be that once they were expired, you couldn't use the SST, you had to go to your county treasurer's office. That has changed. Any address changes, if you've moved, you have to do your address change through the county treasurer's office before you can renew on the SST. Otherwise, if you're getting plates in the mail, it will send it to your old address. The SST is not set up to change addresses. Costs include the registration fee, and there's a service fee of $2 per vehicle. Usage of a credit card currently will cost you a service fee of 2.25% or a one-time fee of $1.50 if you choose to use an e-check method. So it's cheaper if you have a checking account to use an e-check. The machine has a slot for either the credit card or for the check. And like I said before, only the vehicles that are owned by the person scanning their driver's license will be available for renewal. The owners are on camera in the location that they are located, and the terminal itself has a camera on it, as well as similar to those you see at the counters. Once processed, there are no returns for vehicles that were renewed in error. So if someone tells you that they went to the SST and they renewed a vehicle and they forgot that they sold it, there's no refund. They don't get their money back. They're treated the same as if they come to the counter. They're handed their stuff and they say, yes, I want them all, and then they go home and say, oh, I forgot. I sold this a year ago. So, excuse me, the same stands there. The terminals, if you're traveling, there's one in Aberdeen, South Dakota. There's one in Brookings, Mitchell, Pierre. Rapid City, as I said, has two. Sioux Falls has one at the Hy-Vee store and one at a Get and Go. There's also one located in Watertown and Yankton. You can also renew online through dor.sd.gov, and that's located on the DMV homepage of the computer, and you can do it all by computer. You don't have to come to the courthouse, and you don't have to go to the SST. You can do it from your home. So are there any questions that I can answer for the commissioners, or? It's pretty simple. We don't have a lot of people that use the SST in Rapid City, and I'm not sure why. It's a bigger hit in Sioux Falls.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. So when they were distributing new plates this year, do you feel that that made a difference in people getting into the habit of using the SST?
Yes. There were people that did not want to wait for their plates. They got a permit, and they were allowed to drive on that for 45 days, but they wanted their plates in hand.
Yeah, because they came quick. You know.
But they did not want to wait for their plates. And a lot of times, you know, people will come up and we will tell them there's an SST when they complain and say, I don't want to wait in line. There's an SST right down there. Well, they don't want to pay the fee. So it's a balance of how much is your time worth? If you have if you have one vehicle and it's going to cost you $2 and you can use an e-check or pay 2.5, would you rather stand in line for 30, 40 minutes over your noon hour or use the SST? It's a choice. And some people we're never going to change.
Mr. Chairman, so you just assumed the more people would use these so we could take away one of your employees?
That's what we would do if business went down at the counter. Why
So
would,
if we take one away and the lines get longer, more people would get tired of waiting and they might go use this.
might? Probably not. You're in Pennington County. But you know, you call the shot. You take them away. They call you. I'm joking.
Any other questions or comments?
What kind of numbers are we talking about per month? The two locations here in Pennington County?
For the SST, probably sometimes 300 here, 3 to 4 at the mall,
3 or 4?
100.
Okay, so about the same each
But it's down because of the plates, just like you said, people don't want. And it costs them $5 to mail the plates, just like it does if they send it to our office. So people would rather stand in line than pay for the postage fee,
So it's about 5%?
if that. And a lot of the terminals are used by people from Sturgis, people from Lawrence County, if they come down here on the weekends, or people that work here that live in Sturgis. They can come use the SSTs and they don't have to stand in line.
So
They don't have to go to their county.
What Commissioner Mustard saying, we need to advertise some more to use the machine and maybe just put people in line, just, I don't know, I won't go there, but.
And we do have it on the TV also,
Okay,
the
thank you.
SST. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Okay, our next item is item 16, request to purchase tax deed property. And I believe Commissioner Hadcock was put in charge of getting something done on that.
Well, we had three people come up, three property owners, come see the property. They assessed it at $200. And they all agreed. We also looked at the property, and it's steep, and it doesn't look like anybody's even attempted to ever build anything, even buy it, if you look at where the other properties are. So I thought that was a fair value that they came up with, and then I gave that paper to Miss Holly, and then she processed it. So thank you, Miss Holly.
If I may. Julie Pearson, Pennington County Auditor. Since the value of the property is under $500, it can be offered for a private sale to Mr. Har at any time, and he has requested that as of his letter of November 15th, if he offers the $200, plus the register of deeds fee of $30 to file the deed, which we will file according to the information from him and authorized chair's signature to the deed.
So Darren, you're okay with the 200 they came up with, sir?
Yes, Deb.
Okay.
Should we make a motion?
Yes, we need a motion to offer the piece of property at private sale for as appraised at under $500 for the purchase price of $230 to Mr. Har and authorize chairman's signature to the deed.
Mr. Chair, that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, item 17, a lien release request.
Larry Dybert, Family Support for Habitat. Could I pass out?
Certainly may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've put together just a brief summary there of clients' background and some things that she has gone through. With Habitat, the partner families must work 250 hours of sweat equity and then still get a mortgage and are fully responsible for their homes. Prior to closing on a house, a search is done for liens, and the items that are at the top of your sheet are the items that came up. The client is basically coming before you this morning. We're trying to figure out a way to be able to get this family into a Habitat home. I see three different avenues. One is with being on a fixed income. They've been working very hard trying to have the money necessary for the closing, which includes the 1-year homeowner's insurance as well as the closing costs from Pennington Title. So they've been working on that, and then this $2,100 issue came up. And so appearing before you to see, is there a way for forgiveness? Is there a partial forgiveness? Is there a way to do a transfer of this lien to the new mortgage? And the reason that I'm asking that is the difference between the present rent that's being paid by this family and what the Habitat mortgage will be would allow them to pay at least $50 a month, which means that it would be a little over, a little less than 4 years to be able to pay this off. So what I'm saying is that she's not, she's been working very, very hard to achieve this house. The house is built, it's ready to be occupied, but this lien does stand in the way. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get this family into this house.
So Jay, is that legal if we put something on the mortgage of the payment of $50 per month back? I mean, have we done that before? I haven't heard us do that, but,
I didn't know either. I'm just trying to figure out a way.
yes, sir.
You know, one of the, Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office, one of the things that we've done in the past, and if I understand it right, you've heard of the subordination agreement. It's essentially where a mortgage company will say, we're not going to loan money if there's a lien that's superior to ours. And so if that lien is held by the county has authority to subordinate their lien, meaning place it one rung down on the ladder, if you will, make it junior to the mortgage. And then sometimes banks are like, as long as that agreement's in place, we'll go ahead and loan money for the person to buy the home or whatever. Is that the situation that's going on here? The bank won't enter into a mortgage agreement without something happening to these liens?
Right. Habitat is saying that, you know, something has to be done with this lien. That's the policy that Habitat has worldwide or at least nationwide. So that's why we're trying to figure out a way to deal with this lien, if it can be put underneath.
And is Habitat loaning money? Is there a financial agreement?
Habitat is actually the mortgage.
Okay. Then there could be a subordination agreement. We'd have to work that out, where you would, and you'd have to okay that with your folks, that they understand what that is and they're willing to accept that, to go forward with your arrangement. But that, really what that is right now the county lien is a superior lien. It's first in time, it's an older lien, it's been recorded, so it trumps. But if you subordinate that lien, that means the county agrees to place their lien below yours.
Okay.
Or below your mortgage.
I'm pretty sure that I can, again, I'm a volunteer, but I'm pretty sure that I can do that. And the whole thing is that the mortgage is going to be less than what her rent is right now. And so she is committing to, you know, at least $50 a month to be able to pay off the lien with the county.
So do we have to continue this and get the subordination agreement with you, with Habitat before we agree? Or can we agree up here and then get that done?
I think you could agree to subordinate the lien today if time is of the essence, and we just have to get that in place. Everyone would have to agree to sign off on it. And of course, that means the lien doesn't go away. It's still there. It's just junior, right? And there could still be, if there is the ability to pay something towards that lien, even though it would be a subordinate lien, that's still absolutely doable as well. Is that what I'm kind of understanding? That
Yes.
even if it was subordinated, you'd still be able to make some payment, so.
To me, that's a positive solution to getting us paid back, or if she ever sells the house too, we will get paid back. Ma'am, I think that's a positive solution, but there's one thing that maybe drives me nuts sometimes on these. You can pay $1 a month and not have this lien come forward. $1 a month. So, Miss Julie?
I'm not sure where you come up with that, frankly, Commissioner.
It's not that she may have become aware of this lien from credit collections, but the $1 a month actually keeps it from going to credit collections. That's not the issue here. Credit collections is not trying to get it collected at this point. We're trying to get it removed so that she can move into the home.
But isn't it, if you don't pay anything on the amount you owed, then
Then it
there
goes to
is,
credit collections, but that's not an option here because it is placed higher than the Habitat for Humanity lien that they're going to put on for whatever money they're loaning her on the house.
but I'm saying it wouldn't have went to credit collections if she would have paid something.
They would have found it when they went to do their paperwork. It has nothing to do with whether it went to credit collections
Okay,
or
so
not.
no matter
You're talking
what,
two
if she
different
owes-
things.
Okay, if she owes money, no matter what, you're saying it's
Yes,
still.
it's the stop block is the Habitat for Humanity's policy, not that it went to credit collections.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion. I move that Deputy State's Attorney Alderman work with Habitat for Humanity and come back to us with a finished product next meeting.
Finished product subordinate lien, is that what you're
Subordination
using?
agreement.
We'll work out the details and come back to us with a finished product next meeting.
Well, what is that finished product?
Whatever they work out.
Jay, can you offer a motion for us?
Yeah, it'd be a motion to approve a subordination agreement. I don't have the dollar amount.
21.
2150.27.
To be entered into by Pennington County and recorded with the Register of Deeds, and authorize the chair's signature on that agreement.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
Mr. Chairman. I have no problem with that at all, except I do have a little problem. It says your total monthly household is I shouldn't say the amounts, I suppose, total monthly expenses. You have two other people living in, your brother and sister, I take it?
No.
Live with you? And they're also collecting disability or social security. So there's three sources of income in your household. So to me, you're collecting over twice as much as your monthly expenses. So I would also like to see some monthly payments included in that subordination agreement. Because I think you can afford it.
Any other comments?
Is it a substitute motion?
No, it's just, you said a subordination agreement, that can be part of it, can't it?
Yep.
I think we ought to have something on the record here as to what that is, so I don't just pull something out of the hat.
Well,
Is that the?
I'm just going off what the figures are, and I guess I don't know the facts, so if you find them out and let us know. I mean, there's more money coming in than is what is on this agreement, or on this statement.
Can you verify that, ma'am, that the other two actually have incomes besides what you have put on the paper?
Yes, they do have their own incomes, but I feel that since the liens are basically in my name, that they're not really that responsible for it, because it was me who went into the Health and Human Resources.
But
Well, but they should be paying rent then or something someplace.
Yes.
Not the taxpayers of Pennington County paying rent for them.
Right.
If I may, Lindell, if I may. So really what you want to see is what the minimum payment will be. And if it's $50 through that, you just
Yeah,
want
yeah,
that in the agreement.
I don't want to say what it is, 'cause I don't really know the rest of the situation.
Yeah, that would be in the
But
agreement anyway.
$1
wouldn't
isn't
it?
going to do it.
Yeah.
Do you want to agree on the 50 today, or, because I don't know what that magic formula would be to come back and say be 73.50 or 102.9 or $50 even?
There's got to be something on her debt ratio with that income coming in that we could figure out a payment that would work for her. How about that? I can't tell you that off the cuff because I don't know how much income is coming from her family, but I guess when you do the subordinate agreement, you should be able to work with Barry and he should be able to come up with a fair and reasonable amount to be paid back at the time.
I agree with that.
Is that okay with you folks? Okay.
Any other comments? We have a motion and a second. If you're comfortable with the motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You have
Opposed?
the motion. Okay.
Carries.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, so we would be working with him and not need to come back to the commission? Is that?
I don't think so.
I see some
He'll
heads.
bring it back, and you probably don't need to be here.
Okay.
Unless you want to add something to it.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on what we need to do
That'd be
next.
nice.
Thank you so
Okay.
much, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 18, Rapid City Library update.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Jim McShane, Director of Rapid City Public Library, and this is Sean Minkle. He's my Assistant Director.
Never get to introduce myself.
Sorry.
Good morning.
I believe you have a report in front of you. You should have. And so if you have any questions, everything is pretty much going along as status quo. Not any significant changes really from last time.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Do you see any changes in the amount of hardcover books going out of there as opposed to digital stuff? Is it more leaning toward digital stuff nowadays?
Currently, yes. There is more digital material circulating than hardcovers and paperbacks. However, the Pew report that came out just recently said that physical books are actually becoming more popular. So we're sort of caught in the middle at the moment.
I'm one that likes a book in my hand, but I also like vinyl records. You know, that's where I'm stuck at.
Well,
They're coming back too, by the way.
they are, yes. They are growing exponentially in popularity. So we're not going to be collecting those, though. I'm sorry.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay. Item 19, items from the auditor.
Good morning again.
Morning.
Julie Pearson, Pennington County Auditor. This is the time set for a public hearing for budget supplement SP 16-018, Accumulated Building Debt Service Fund. As the information has been submitted to you, the 2016A construction bonds were approved by the Board of Commissioners and closed in early January. The annual payment on this issue was not included in the 2016 budget, and we didn't catch it until after we'd done our supplements from last year, or from a couple of meetings ago. So we need to authorize that annual payment, which was built into the amount that we actually bonded for, so it doesn't affect the reserve and accumulated building. It comes from restricted fund balance, which is where the bond proceeds went to. So the motion needed is to approve a supplement to the accumulated building fund debt service budget in the amount of $206,415 from accumulated building restricted fund balance. All the detail is attached as per board's request.
Mr. Chair, that would be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
Item B is the accumulated building supplement SP 16-019. This is the hearing to approve the supplement for the LED lighting that the board approved at a couple of meetings or last meeting to produce new lighting at the James Kerstead Event Center. And in that motion, you indicated accumulated building money. And this is the motion that will actually give the spending authority for that. The board is authorizing up to $300,000. When that bid comes in, they will be spending money on pre-installation, architect, whatever that official term is, for lining that up. So that will actually be 2016. We don't know what that split will be. The bids haven't been awarded yet, so what we're requesting is that we do the full $300,000 up to supplement in 2016, let them go through what expenses they have in 2016, then in early 2017, once we know the total amount of the bid, less what they've spent, we will come back into the board and supplement the remaining of that up to the $300,000, or if the bid comes in at $270,000, that's the max that will supplement into 2017, less what they spent in 16. But this way it removes it from restricted fund balance so that when we're going into 2017, we have an accurate percentage on that. So the motion needed is to approve a supplement to the accumulated building fund in the amount of $300,000 from accumulated restricted fund balance.
That'd be my motion.
Second?
Motion is second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody from Buildings and Grounds, but do you know what the bidding window is? In other words, if the bidding is let today, advertising for bids, what's the minimum time it have to be out for bids?
There is I haven't looked at the bid notice, but there's requirements in statute what those are put in, and then they have up to 45 days to review it and make sign a contract or make a recommendation.
But what's the minimum?
I don't believe there is a minimum. They could probably do it the next day. I don't know what their process of time is.
Likelihood is we shouldn't be letting the bids next 2 weeks from today. That wouldn't be logical, would it?
You have to publish it in the paper, I think, for 2 weeks, so.
Okay. So if we're not letting the bids 2 weeks from today, then the year is gone. 2016 is gone for any action from us, correct?
Special meeting.
Unless you have a special meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm going to be voting no on this because I think the money should come from the Central States Fair to do their own lighting, and they could get reimbursed by an increase in their ticket surtax, which amounts to be a user fee. And that's where they can get their $300,000 back from.
I'm going to disagree because this is our building. They need it upgraded. And also, the citizens of Rapid City, the Vision Fund, also believe that the fairgrounds is an important entity enough to give them last night an award through a long process of many projects, the fairgrounds $550,000 for stalling that they have needed. So that even gives us another reason why these lights need to be upgraded, that we do care what happens at the fairgrounds. And again, these are our buildings. So your citizens have voiced their opinion as well in this group to say that our fairgrounds makes a difference in sales tax and things we do in Rapid City. So no, Mr. Buskerud, we can't take the $300,000 for LED lighting. He already talked to me on this because it was designated for stalling. And I think that's pretty awesome that Rapid City Council and this group decided just as much as we do that the fairgrounds are important to Rapid City as an economic driver. So I would hope that we would approve this and move forward in expanding and making that fairgrounds positive. I'm not against the surtax. I think it's something that can be discussed, but at this point, I think we're moving in a positive direction for what the fairgrounds is doing for our ag people in our community.
Well, to me, the positive direction would be making the users pay for their improvements, and not the taxpayers, which now we included another $550,000 coming from the taxpayers. And that's $850,000 now we're at.
No, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hadcock hit the key word, sales tax. Pennington County doesn't get a dime from sales tax. Rapid City lives on sales tax. Rapid City ought to be kicking in. If this will improve the attendance, which obviously equates to more sales tax, then the beneficiary isn't Pennington County, it's Rapid City. So if this is to enhance the attendance at the fairgrounds, then let's go get the money from the people that are benefiting. Thank you.
Yeah, but
Any other comments on the motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The people of Pennington County include the people in Rapid City.
We are the Pennington, excuse me, Mr. Chair, we are the Pennington County government, not the Rapid City government.
No.
We are asked all of our taxpayers to kick in money for something that we get no return on.
Commissioner.
No return on.
Commissioner Farabee, I'm gonna have to disagree. This is an ag benefited fairgrounds. They are ag, which you just went to an ag benefit. So what are you saying? In one sense, you support ag. In the next sense, we are bringing sales tax, and we understand that. But we are bringing ag people from all over the country for this fairgrounds that it benefits hugely. And if we got rid of it and we put something else there to bring sales tax, there would be nowhere for ag to do their rodeos, and maybe there'd be the civic center stuff, but this is pride and joy for the ag people. That's why we're doing it, because we believe that not only city folks should benefit, but ag people should benefit. So I'm going to disagree with you fully, sir.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
let's,
Call the question.
Mr. Chair, bankers
Call the question,
and lawyers
sir.
and doctors with
Question.
Call the
expensive horses
question.
aren't ag.
Call the question.
question has been called. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. The question to be voted on will be roll call vote. The motion to approve SP 16019.
Roll call.
Buskerud,
No.
Farabee,
No.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Troutman,
Yes.
and Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried. Item C.
The next is resolution to surplus and convey property to the South Dakota School of Mines. As the board is aware, I've been working on a lengthy property owner list for property in Pennington County's name, trying to clean that up and get it back to adequate or applicable landowners. And in that, on August 2nd, the board directed and approved to offer a piece of property to the South Dakota School of Mines. We've done this to other governments and is allowed under state statute. However, when we're giving it to the school, there is a separate process that they cannot accept property unless it's authorized by the South Dakota legislature. And so the next step needed to follow through on your motion from August 2nd is to have you approve the resolution, which basically states that we have this piece of property, we don't need it, we're offering it to the South Dakota School of Mines. And if approved by the South Dakota State Legislature, the State of South Dakota, and the Board of Regents, if they accept the piece of property, then we will issue them a quitclaim deed. We've offered this piece of property for sale numerous times since we took it in 1989, and no one has purchased it. So it's really not of need to the public, but it is surrounded by all other property owned by the South Dakota School of Mines.
So, Ms. Julie, is it assessed for anything?
No, because we've owned it since '89.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the resolution with your signature on it.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D.
Last but not least is another list of alcohol beverage license renewals for the Silver Dollar Saloon and Dollar General Store.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion and a second.
I just want to go out to the dollar store and see what kind of wine you can get for $1.
I'll get you some for Christmas.
I don't think I'd care to drink it.
Worse than $2 check, I think.
Holy cow.
I'll give you 50 cents on that.
Holy cow.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 20, items from buildings and grounds.
Good morning. Mike Cool, Construction Project Manager, Pennington County Buildings and Grounds. As you're aware, we held the bid opening for the county health facility last Tuesday. Just to provide a kind of a refresher on what this project is. The county has purchased the former NAU administration building, and the plans are to remodel that facility extensively. This work will include adding a second floor over the existing gymnasium, 2 small building additions onto the building, adding a parking lot and some associated site work. The completed facility as designed will house Health and Human Services, city county alcohol and drug programs, detox, crisis care, and it will also serve as a law enforcement physical training area. It appears once again that we have benefited from a very good bid environment from all the feedback that we've got from our consultants and contractors that we've spoken with, that this was a very competitive bid. We had received bids from $9.1 to $10.3 million on the project. All of them were underneath the architect's final project estimate of $10.4 million. The bid tab was attached to your documentation I submitted to you, along with that cost estimate the consultant had provided. One item that had come up during at the bid opening was the low bidder was Skull Construction Services. On one of their items, unit prices, they had submitted a no bid in the for that line item. To provide a little background relative to what the purpose of these unit prices were to serve as for informational purposes relative to making this having additional information relative to the alternate, and there was a single alternate. That would selecting that alternate changes the who our security control system vendor is for the facility. We are not opting to take that option, but we went through the process of verifying that this no bid write-in had not created any issues relative to bid requirements or bid laws. I worked through that issue with the State's Attorney's Office and Jay Alderman, and we've determined that what we should have ultimately gotten was 2 sets of numbers that would have helped us understand what was bid a little bit better, since we didn't receive 2 sets of numbers relative to the security system. The numbers really have no value, so they're not something that we should believe should be considered whatsoever. They've been left out of the contract and everything. So that's where we are with that. As I noted, the alternate, we do not believe is accepting that alternate, which would have changed the security vendor for the building for the amount of that, for an additional cost of $107,000. We don't believe that that is justifiable, so we're not recommending accepting that alternate at this time. Upper Deck Architects, our architect for that project, has reviewed the bid results and worked with us in working through the consideration of these bids. And they have provided a recommendation letter for Skull Construction Services. As a low bidder, I apologize, I've been sick and I'm trying to avoid having a coughing fit here, but I'll try and move on. There is no apparent reason to view these. This company will not be will be a responsible contractor on this, and we have determined that the bid met all the requirements of the bid documents and the laws of the state of South Dakota. The low bid amount was $9,135,000. $9,135,000. Overall, I am currently estimating overall project costs at about $11.1 million for this project. In addition, for the commission, the board's information, I had included an additional sheet that kind of outlines all the projects that we currently have underway and estimated overall budgets for those, which estimate at about $20 million currently. Our available project funding is $24.7 million. With that, I will respond to any questions you have. I do have a motion, if you'd like me to read that.
Would you please?
To authorize the chair's signature to the AIA document A101-2007, standard form of agreement between owner and contractor, dated November 29th, 2016, between Pennington County and Skull Construction Services for the construction of the project identified as the Pennington County Health Facility for the lump sum fee of $9,135,000.
Okay, any questions for Mike?
That'd be my motion.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, I have several questions. On the back of the sheet, you say that there's total available funding is $24 million. Other potential funding sources, Pennington County Sheriff's Office overcollected revenue. What does that really mean?
That would be something that I would be more comfortable with having the sheriff's office discuss with you, but it has been something that has been a matter of discussion at building committee meetings relative to potential funding sources in terms of fees that the sheriff's office has collected.
Well, let me rephrase when's the last time you've seen unanticipated revenue, overcollected revenue go into capital improvements?
Oh, I do it a lot.
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. It has been done.
Miss Julie can.
Anytime the board motions, it can be moved to accumulated building. Any money in general fund can be moved to accumulated building. However, once that motion is made, it cannot be moved back to general fund. No other special revenue funds can be moved to accumulated building, but county general money can be moved to any special revenue fund.
Typically, when the sheriff gets extra money, it goes into boats or some other project. Anyway, funds from the sale of lacrosse street property, that's, what do you anticipate there for numbers?
Excuse me?
Funds from sale of lacrosse street property, what kind of numbers do you anticipate?
I believe that facility appraised at about around $1.4 to $1.5 million, to be conservative with a number, I would say that we'll be looking at more like $1 million for that.
Mr. Chair, physical training for law enforcement, what size facility are we talking about?
Actually, the law enforcement training area is just in additional space that hadn't been needed at the time to meet other project requirements. So,
roughly how many square feet are we talking about for law enforcement physical training?
I don't know. Do you know? I apologize, I would have to get back to you on what that square footage is.
Kevin might know.
Why the,
We're probably talking about, I mean, we're talking about 3,000 to 4,000 square feet.
Kevin, do you know by chance, Sheriff Tome?
Yeah, Kevin Tone, Pennington County Sheriff. Based on the space we have now in the basement of the public safety building and moving that over to there, I mean, somewhere in that 1,500 to 2,500 range, depends upon how much that space is actually used. It's just, again, it's future growth in the former NAU building is what it'll be used for. And then long-term, it frees up space in the basement of the public safety building for other uses there. That was a discussion at building committee.
with a weight room and cycles and all that kind of stuff, I presume?
That's correct.
That's what we're talking about, okay. 1,517 more square feet, Why?
You're talking about the additions to the building?
Right.
The square footage relative to the two small building additions is for basically vertical movement. We have a new elevator, we have two new elevators going into the building, and a new stairway going in. And basically, both additions help with transitions in elevation.
1,517 square feet. One more question. How much is the new floor, where the old gym is, the first floor, how much is that going to cost us, roughly?
I don't have a way of giving you that number, or breakout of that number at this time.
What's anticipated in the way of a floor? You're going to have concrete with a rug or some more wood or?
Currently, it will just be unfinished concrete and for most of that above it. And it'll be space for future growth.
And one more question, Mr. Chair. The total project, counting the buildings that we've purchased at a bargain, of course, and demolished, is that included in this $12 million?
The purchase prices of the buildings is not included in that amount. It is included on that back sheet.
So the total project is more like 13 or 14 million?
Yep.
Approaching 15 million. Thank you.
We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I would like, what is the motion before we vote? It's been a while.
It is the authorization of the standard form of agreement.
Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
3-2 in favor.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 21.
Good morning, Nick Strude, HR Director for Pennington County. I'm here as the Chair of the Compensation Committee. In our November meeting, in your memo, we explained what we're here asking for today, but as a little background for the public, in our November meeting, the Compensation Committee unanimously voted to allow the expansion of our sick leave benefits, specifically our emergency leave benefit, to be used in an FMLA granted event for our employees. So a little bit about what sick leave is for Pennington County employees is we accrue sick leave that is designed to be used when you are unable, when the employee is unable to go to work, be it sickness, doctor's appointments, pregnancy-related appointments, things of that nature. But within that sick leave accrual, we've outlined specifically 80 hours a year in which employees can use their sick leave to take care of other people in their lives, specifically defined as close family members. So that means if you have to take your spouse to a doctor's appointment, or you have to care for your parents, which is becoming more and more prevalent as our workforce ages. So what we're asking to do is when an employee is granted an FMLA, which is the Family Medical Leave Act event, if they're approved for that, to care for their spouse, children, or parents, that we would expand the use of that emergency leave up to either A, all of their sick leave, or B, as much FMLA time as they're granted. So we're not adding any sick leave, we're not expanding the sick leave benefit, we're not giving people more sick leave time. We're just allowing them to use this time in very narrowly defined events to take care of their loved ones. And I had Lisa run some numbers this morning, and as of today, we've had 13 FMLA cases this year on the non-sheriff's office side of the county. So FMLA is not highly used because it's very specific on the events that happen when you enter into an FMLA agreement with your employer. But when that does happen, it can be a very traumatic event. It can be a serious illness, a serious accident that you would be required to be away from work to take care of that loved one. So I had more information in your memo, and then I also have a motion that I can read if so inclined. So with that, I'm here. I saw Barry Tice, our Health and Human Service Director, Sheriff Tome, and of course, Commissioner Buskerud are all on the Compensation Committee as well. So any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Make a motion just to put it on the floor. I move to add language to the emergency leave policy that will allow employees to access
Sorry, that was a typo. All of their
accrued sick leave banked to care for eligible family members during a FMLA qualified event.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Yeah, you mentioned, how many, 15 events in the last year?
13 events.
13, excuse me, of what duration?
There are varying durations. We had some, when a person comes to us with an FMLA event, it can be a very short period of time, just a couple days. It's actually 3 days is the minimum. All the way through, we had one person take their full 12 weeks, but unfortunately that employee passed away, so they were not able to return to work. So we have employees who take it and they might be out a week or two, and then we do have people take all 12 weeks.
But most of them are just a couple.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way FMLA works is it's more of a preventative thing. When an employee comes to us or lets their person know, for example, hey, my spouse has cancer, and we might have to run back and forth to Mayo. That's what's called a notification. And then we do the paperwork. That person might not ever take a day off. But because we were notified of the event, we started the paperwork, we went through the process. But to answer your question more directly, it's usually less than a week or two. It very rarely goes beyond that.
Mr. Sheriff, I might then, logically, then that might incentivize people to, if we go beyond the sick leave, or the full 12 weeks, it might incentivize them to use more of their sick leave.
There always is that piece of it, and that would come down to your management. During the process of FMLA, once it's approved, we require biweekly check-ins with where the process is. And so I think if we found some, irregularities between the amount of time needed off and what was being done. For example, if someone checked in with us and they hadn't been to work and they haven't been out of town, they haven't done anything, then we can work with that employee to question why they're taking full time off. But again, that would be a correct statement, Commissioner Fairby.
Anything further? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you, Nick. Item 22.
I screwed up the thing. If you want it, I just crossed out that. There was an extra there in there.
Good morning, Denny Gorton, Pennington County Fire Administrator. I believe the first item on the agenda is to introduce the new fire administrator. Kind of joined here by Jeremy Walla, Chair of the Fire Service Board, Todd Tobin, Vice Chair of the Pennington County Fire Service Board, Whispering Pines Fire Chief and Silver City Fire Chief, and Mike Multiver, of course, Rapid City Fire Chief. We wanted to take just a couple minutes, not very long. We don't have slide presentations, so I know that'll make you happy. But just take a couple minutes and go through real quickly the process that we use to select a new fire administrator. It's a very important position in the county, we feel. So this process started at least a year to 2 years ago with looking at the job description, making sure it was current and relevant, updating it, talking to the fire chiefs, what do they want, what's needed, what can be changed, what can be added, what can be deleted. Of course, it went through, we worked with Nick and HR and got it all, a new job description all approved. So it was quite a process. That just started the whole thing. We then, of course, I announced my retirement, and we set up a time frame, a time schedule, month by month, as to when we were going to accomplish each item, advertised to open the position, and we had 11 applicants. And this is where I'll let then Mr. Todd Tobin, he was involved in the phone interviews with all 11 applicants and that little bit of a process. So,
good morning, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Todd Tobin. I'm the Chief in Silver City and the Vice Chair of the Fire Service Board for Pennington County. I wanted just to make one brief comment to add on to what Denny had just shared about the almost 2 years ago now we started the process of identifying a job description. I wanted to explain the significance of that. All fire departments in Pennington County had complete unanimity and participation in this process. And we went to a point of not going and finding what we thought out in the industry would be a job description. We came up with the job description that the existing and current fire chiefs and fire departments have and rely on in the fire administrator position. So that was the genesis of that process as I chaired that committee. We also wanted to bring forth what we felt was an improvement over previous job descriptions from yesteryear and updating and upgrading that to make it more modern and reflective. So that was a very long, drawn-out process that we took upon ourselves. Nancy was very supportive through that and helped us with some suggestions on how we would address certain items in that document. So there was a lot of work that went into it. Once we came down to the place where Denny had announced as the current fire administrator his retirement, and we needed to formalize and work with county HR, Nick and his group, then we put forth a plan to do that, which we kept you in the loop the entire way through. And once then that time came about that we started the interview process, the first phase was we had a phone interview. We went through 11 applicants, and we went through a series of questions, a collaboration between obviously the county HR and myself. We had another county official, PJ Conacher, who also was participating in that, and Denny. And we went through to vet out what we wanted to round down to 5 candidates, which will then I'll turn that over to Jeremy, who participated in that next round. But I wanted to conclude and say that it was a very well thought out, long planned process with, again, complete unanimity and collaboration of all the fire departments in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Again, I just want to say a big thanks to your board for helping us through this process in the beginning, getting us to the point of the interviews and putting that together. So with those 5 interviews that we did, we brought them in, we sat them down face to face with a big panel. Again, Nancy participated in that as well, and then we also had Mr. LaCroix come in and help as well. So we had a good cross-section. Mike Multivern, Chief of Rapid City Fire, came in and sat in on that as well, spent a day with us, and Nick with HR. And it was a great time to get to meet these people, get to know them, find out what their thoughts and plans were for this position. And after all that was done, we asked Denny to leave the room. We discussed the applicants. And with Denny being there as our subject matter expert, I think it was very handy having him answer their questions and kind of give them insight into Pennington County. So after that selection process went through, I think we ended up with a fantastic candidate and, plan on going forward from here with the next era, if you will, in Pennington County Fire Service. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I would just echo what Jeremy had spoke of about the process. I think what we ended up with is a excellent candidate, having served in this area, working for Rapid City and also along with all the county departments. I'm very confident in the selection process that we went through. I feel that the person that we've put forward with you is going to create the next legacy for this position. And it's extremely important. I look at the size of the organization that I represent and all the county fire departments. None of us can do it alone. This is my counterpart from what I see in terms of managing incidents in and around Rapid City and Pennington County. And I think we've got an excellent candidate here that's going to, again, create a legacy that hopefully will serve the county well. And again, to be selfish, that foster a good relationship between the city and county moving forward that we've always enjoyed. And I would take a minute to just thank Denny for his service. Again, he's always been on my phone, number one of the top numbers that I call if we've got something going. And even with the resources the city has, we can't do it alone. And so Denny's always been my counterpart, as well as all of the members of the county fire service. So I would just thank you for your support. And again, I think the gentleman standing behind me, I've worked with him for a couple of decades in other capacities and have always enjoyed working with him and know that he's a consummate professional that'll serve us well. So thank you.
I have one question. Do you know, how long have we had a fire administrator in Pennington County?
First Pennington County Fire Administrator was in 1978.
Thank you. And then just a quick question for Mr. Maltaverne, since he's in the city. Why should this commission or county support this position in the future?
It's integral. If you don't have that representation to bring all of those 20-plus departments together and keep them operating in the same, we use the term operating picture. That's the glue that keeps all of them together. If we didn't have someone to coordinate and keep all of them on the same page, you're going to have 20-plus individual organizations that operationally could be detrimental. This keeps us on the same page. Denny and I coordinate regularly. That's everything from training requirements to equipment purchases to how we operate in the field. And so when the incident occurs, and I'll tell you, I don't care what color the truck is. I don't care what their patch says, what their T-shirt says. When we show up on incident, we have to function seamlessly. And it doesn't matter of those hundreds of volunteers that come to support us, or when we go out to the county to support them, we have to have that common operating picture. And that's what this coordinating position does for me anyway, from my perspective. Have to have it. It's again, I cannot emphasize enough, it's my counterpart to those several hundred volunteer firefighters, and it's integral in how we deal with emergencies. And I can tell you it's not if the next incident is going to happen, it's when. And when we function, it's seamless. And we have something here that other jurisdictions around the country are envious of. So I don't know, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Can I just add one comment to that question to Commissioner Hadcock? The Pennington County Fire Service is the envy of the state of South Dakota. In talking with counterparts across the state, we are the true envy of how we operate in the way that Chief Maltaverne just put and laid out. And so it is something that keeping that intact is extraordinarily important for the public safety of Pennington County.
And I truly believe that, just because I have been in the community and to your different organizations and area where people have had these fires coordinated by Mr. Gorton. And I think it's a positive, just from listening to all the volunteers and the people that have came together and how this has transitioned every year, even into a more positive entity for Pennington County and South Dakota. So it's not just Pennington County people talking about this, it's other people in South Dakota. And I appreciate that. And I think the people of Pennington County, or anybody listening, that this entity is a well thought out group of people. And Denny puts everybody together as a team, is what it's called. So I appreciate that.
So with that, I'd like to introduce Jerome Harvey, next Pennington County Fire Coordinator.
The little guy?
Yep, the little guy in the back here. So if you'd like to step up.
Chairman, Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to join the leading team, not only in South Dakota, but one of the county's fire services that is referred to across the country. Previous positions and jobs that I did, when we had some tough times in fires, the first people I called were people from Pennington County. And that goes to show what has gone on here, and that we'll continue to work on into the future, both with the support of the members of the fire service, support of the county itself, and of course the Board of Commissioners. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to return home and work directly with the commission and the fire departments here. Thank you.
Welcome to you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I got a couple of comments. I think all the volunteer firefighters know how much I appreciate them. You know, Hill City Fire District, especially, that's my district. Hats off to them, and I hope that we can continue to get people to volunteer for not just the fire, but ambulance as well. In fact, ambulance we're having to pay, but some hats off to the volunteers. But I got a problem. If we're going to call this county fire, then Pennington County is going to pay for it, not just those of us rural. Lindell Peterson and I have been paying for all these years. Nobody else. We call it Pennington County Fire. So let's all pay for it. Thank you.
I would be glad to do that if you're gonna help pay for the Rapid City one like I do.
Yep.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. When I come to town and spend 2 cents on the dollar for virtually everything I purchase, I get nothing in return for it.
I'll call the question.
We don't have a question.
Well, call the answer.
We will thank all of you, each of you, for the things you've brought to the fire service world. And you're going north?
Yeah, north and west. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm also departing after a successful career with the fire department. I'm headed to Bozeman, Montana, so.
We wish you well.
And I appreciate all the support over the years between emergency management and Denny's position and the storms we've dealt with and fires and everything else. I'll tell you, from our industry, it's seamless between the city and county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Denny and Multvern, for everything you do in the fire department. We went to his retirement party, and wow, there was some stories that were amazing. No, yeah, I listened, Denny. So he's done many things for Rapid City, Pennington County, and this state, and other states as well. So it was quite remarkable, the man that is leaving this position. And a lot of respect for you, Denny. Thank you. And Mr. Multivern.
And I know Denny's got a few words to say here, but again, I just want to make sure that both of these gentlemen really fully understand, you know, the impact that they've left once they leave and step out of their positions in Pennington County. It's been great, and I know it's always a battle going forward, and I think we'll do fine. So, Denny.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item B.
Oh, yep. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was going to say. Just
No, I'll wait.
Okay.
I don't want to make your meeting last any longer, so we'll move on. Maybe 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we have a resolution to deal with. Denny?
Make a motion to approve the resolution to transfer ownership and titles of the 12 fire units to the respective rural fire protection districts or volunteer fire departments, as the case may be.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denny.
Thanks.
Okay, item 23. 23A.
Good morning again, Tom Wilsey, Highway Department. First item on the agenda is a...
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Could we hear it for the public, sir? Thank you.
Sure thing. This is a public hearing to revise the official Pennington County highway system due to the construction on Norris Peak Road.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Does anyone wish to talk about the Norris Peak Road except in a positive way. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And
Second item
B.
is Rochford Volunteer Fire Department Agreement. This is to allow us to park a piece of equipment at the volunteer fire department, and we'll pay for our electricity that we.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
This is a resolution to change the speed limit on Twilight Drive and remove the school zone on Twilight Drive between Plateau and Covington Street. In our review of the school speed zone, we feel it is not functioning in a way that ensures the safety of students using the crossings, and we feel we have a better idea of how to do that. A little history is in '93, school crossings were established at Covington and Twilight, and Plateau and Twilight. In 2003, a 15-mile-per-hour when children are present school speed zone was established in the same region. The total length of this school zone is 1,462 feet. Since 2003, Valley View Elementary and East Middle School have been built. The dividing line between these two schools is Twilight Drive. The number of students using the crosswalks has dramatically decreased. The Highway Department has observed the crossing for one day and saw one student cross in the morning and one in the afternoon at the Covington crossing. At Plateau Crossing, there were no students in the morning and 20 in the afternoon. Most children crossing in the afternoon at Plateau were middle school students. While observing traffic, we found traffic on Twilight Drive does not always slow down at the times when students are present. Traffic counts show that we have, west of Covington, we have 8,611 vehicles. And east of Plateau, we have 3,784 vehicles. So a lot of the traffic is diverting off between these two locations. Current school speed zones do not meet warrants for school zones. With the building of the Valley View, foot traffic through these intersections has decreased to almost non-existent. Also, MUTCD states that school speed zones may be established adjacent to school properties. The nearest school, this school zone is 4 blocks from the nearest school. And the establishment of the school speed zone with when children are present, we feel is too ambiguous and does not serve the intended purpose. The length of the school zone of 1,462 feet is 2 to 3 times what they recommend for the length of a school zone. We conclude that we have a better solution. We're recommending removal of the 15-mile-per-hour speed zone, as we feel this gives false feelings of safety at the crosswalks. We propose that we will put up an installation with a button-activated pedestrian crossing sign at Plateau with the flashing LEDs. This is similar to the one over here on 2nd Street, right next to the building. We believe this would be a much safer alternative and would serve all the walking public at all times of day and night at this location. Since the school crossing at Covington does not meet any criteria for school crossing, we would remove it, and this would become basically a standard crossing as at any intersection. We are requesting the commission to adopt and authorize the chairperson to sign the resolution 2016-12-7 to remove the school speed zone on Twilight Drive between Covington Street and Plateau.
Makes sense.
Any questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. You know, I was watching the news this morning, and there was a car accident, and somebody got killed. And the parents of that person were complaining that law enforcement did not give enough notice that falling asleep while driving is dangerous.
Yeah.
Now, you know, and that kind of leads me into that the sign that says, "When children are present," is too ambiguous. What's the other meaning of that?
Pardon?
What's the other meaning of that? If it's
it doesn't-
ambiguous, there must be two meanings. When children are present, it's too ambiguous. What else does that mean?
To me, it means that not enforceable the way it should be.
Well,
So,
I agree that maybe there's not enough children there, but by increasing the speed, that does not make it safer.
Commissioner
We don't
Troutman?
feel we are increasing the speed. We feel that nobody is paying attention to
Yeah,
the,
that's
when
what's
children are
happening.
present anyway.
What is the speed there?
35 is the standard speed limit on Twilight.
So is that a crossing zone for people to get across Twilight since it's so busy and you're going to take
Yes.
that out?
The one at Plateau, we want to put lights up to warn people. It would be a pedestrian activated sign, a button.
Tell me how far that is from where this.
From Covington,
Yes, where this particular crossing zone is.
it's in the middle of it. It's in the part of the zone.
Okay, so Commissioner Troutman, this is your district,
Actually,
or Lindell's,
Lindell's, but-
sorry.
I drive it all the time.
Okay.
If you think lights are gonna stop people, you just go out in front here and watch what happens when those lights are on and the pedestrians are crossing.
It might not stop them, but at least it would give somewhat of a warning besides nothing, is my,
We
My
should
thought.
teach them how to read signs. Maybe we need to do that.
That's the problem. I'm hoping that this is a safer crossing.
So what you're really saying is there's not a school zone there anymore.
That's correct.
That's what you're really saying. I move approval, Mr. Chair.
second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna vote no because the first time some child gets run over there, they're gonna be in to see us.
Mark, did you want to make a comment?
Mark Schock, Pennington County Highway. I think one thing that, to clarify this situation that needs to be brought up, is the length of this, what is now a school zone, is not compliant with standards. But the question Ron asked about when children are present, that's I believe, a very confusing sign, because does that mean when children are present at the crosswalk, or is it when children are present in that 1,400 and some feet? That's over a quarter mile. So, you know, this could literally be a speed trap for a quarter mile if there's a kid walking down the sidewalk.
The school zone went away.
Does it, if, the way it is right now?
Okay.
Legally, a person should be going 15. It's a very gray area. I think that's part of what needs to be clarified here, or what Tom is trying to say, we need to clean up this situation a little bit.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Motion carried.
5-minute recess, Mr. Chair.
You what?
I make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Died for lack of a second, almost.
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 TJ's not back yet, so I'll do it for him. Cassie Bolstead, Assistant Planning Director. Item 24, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following items. Item A, Plan Unit Development Review PU 0509 for Richard Sturkle, and the recommendation is to be continued to the December 20th, 2016 Board of Commissioners meeting. Item B is Layout Plat 1627 For Three Forks Development Company, Bob Brandt as the agent, and approval is recommended. Item C is layout plat 1626 for Pat and Stacy Brown, Davis Engineering as the agent, and approval is recommended. Item D is layout plat 1628 for the Black Hills Raptor Center, Davis Engineering as the agent, and approval is recommended. And item E is vacation of plat 1602 for John and Lorene Baum, and approval is recommended.
Does anyone wish any of the items on the consent agenda removed? Anyone from the audience? If not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Cassie. Regular items. Item F.
PJ Conover, Director of Planning Department. Item F, if I can find it here in my book, is vacation of section line 1607 for Paul Whalen to vacate east 33 feet of section line right-of-way lying along the north-south boundary of lots A1 through A4, lot B1 through B4 of Warren Lamb subdivision. The applicant is Paul Whalen, and the subject property is approximately 1.15 acres. On the screen shows the approximate area that the applicant is looking to vacate. Again, it is the east side of the section line, which also serves as the western property line for the subject property. According to state law 3136.1, in order to vacate a portion of a section line, signatures from 1% of the gubernatorial election are required. The Pennington County Auditor's Department lawyer Severson verified 335 signatures on October 26, 2016, and this meets the state requirement to apply for section line vacation. The applicant is looking to vacate this portion of the section line due to topography and looking to increase the buildable area on the subject property. There's a quick topo map there showing that within a short period, the short distance, the elevation increases approximately 100 feet. This is kind of, I don't know how it's showing up on the big screen, but it's TVs, you can actually see the depth of the topo through Google's maps, and here's kind of a street view of the portion that they're vacating. The existing lot is 1.15 acres. Current and future land use are zoned suburban residential. There is 500-year flood hazard area on the property. Access may come off of Dark Canyon Road. It's currently vacant of any structures, and it does not provide access to any public lands. The request, the applicant's request was routed to the Interdepartmental Review. Only one item of concern came back from the Register of Deeds about changing the title on the top of the exhibit. The applicant actually turned in a revised version today, so we'll be revising the first condition when we get to that. So we do have a current copy that is corrected. The portion of the section line right-of-way requested for vacation appears to dramatically change in elevation as described and as shown. The applicant would like to vacate this portion of the section line to have more buildable area on their lots. The section line, if not vacated, doesn't appear to provide adequate means of travel for the public, and Dark Canyon Road already provide access for the public in that area. Therefore, with that, staff would recommend approval of vacation of section line 1605 with 3 conditions, with the following change to condition number 1. That condition number 1 would read that prior to vacation of section line right-of-way being filed with the Register of Deeds, the legal description on Exhibit A continue to be per Pennington County Register of Deeds recommendations.
That'd be my motion, is approve with the 3 conditions with the changes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Anyone have any comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item G.
Let me make sure I bring the right one up here. Item G is first reading of rezone comprehensive plan amendment, rezone 1611 and comprehensive plan amendment 1608 to rezone approximately 6.279 acres from Highway Service District to General Commercial District, and to amend the Pennington County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use from Plan Unit Development Sensitive to Highway Service District. The applicants are LLB Investment Limited Partnership. Pat Brink is the representative, and the agent is Rush Rearick. In 2011, there was a rezone application for this property and a comprehensive plan amendment approved to rezone the north portion of the property from general commercial to highway service, which is what it is today, and it does have an existing mining, drilling, supply company on the subject property. The applicant is actually looking to go back to general commercial so that they can develop a used car lot on the subject property. If you look on the screens, you can see the current zoning of the property. It's the north portion is purple, which is highway service. The south portion is general agriculture. The future land use dramatically changes around the subject property to all pretty much red, which is general commercial. So this does appear to be in harmony with the future land use for the subject property. The reason that you're seeing this now, you would have seen this earlier, but originally the applicant applied to rezone the entire property to general commercial. During the interdepartmental review, a lot of concerns came back because a significant portion of the property there, hashed in red, is floodway. And we don't like to really see construction or development in a floodway. It's usually left best for parking lots or recreational areas or even for agricultural purposes. The north portion of the property, which was rezoned in 2011 to highway service, also followed the contour lines for the recorded floodway. And that's what this applicant is looking to do now. So the original request was for the entire lot, but they've taken into consideration the comments from the city and from county staff and are only looking to rezone that top portion and all the rezone would stay out of the regulatory floodway. The property as it exists, again, there is special flood hazard area on the property. There are 2 structures currently on the property, all either built prior to '94 or with building permits. There is a section line that ran through the property. That portion was vacated. And there's access off of South Airport Road. That is the key to this property, is not taking access off of 44. That most of the concerns that came back, especially from the fire administrator, was to maintain that access on South Airport Road, not off of 44. The surrounding properties in the rezone, as you can see here, this is the future land use. There is a significant amount of general commercial. That little purple dot here in the middle is what the applicant is looking to rezone from the purple highway services to red general commercial. The area around it is significantly low-density residential, which have 3-acre minimums. And again, the applicant is looking to change the comprehensive plan from highway service to general commercial. The application's request was routed to the interdepartmental review. Of course, the floodplain development came up as a concern and as a comment, but the applicant has addressed that. Rapid City Public Works was routed on this, and they said that they do not necessarily object to the request, but wanted to make sure that the applicant knew that no public water or sanitary sewer utilities are available to serve the future general commercial use. That the property is located in the DENR Identified Sensitive Aquifer Recharge Zone. I was also routed to the Rapid City Regional Airport Executive Director, who was mainly concerned that the applicant maintain the property and that it doesn't look bad, and that it actually represents the city of Rapid City and Pennington County well, because when people come out of the airport, it's one of the first things they're going to see when they exit. It was also routed to Regional Airport's Deputy Airport Director of Finance and Administration, who said that a used car lot is actually a pretty good business to be located by an airport because of its low height and its lack of density. So they weren't worried about the flight patterns for the planes. City of Rapid City Community Planning Development said that any use of the property must be designed to ensure that the street may function as a principal arterial street. They're mainly commenting about Highway 44. We mentioned this and we routed it to the city, even though it is in the county, but it exists in the airport's plating buffer and the airport septic jurisdiction. Ellsworth Air Force Base was routed and had no issues with this, as well as West River Electric. The applicant's request appears to be in harmony with the current uses of the surrounding properties. Therefore, staff recommends approval of rezone 1611 and comprehensive plan amendment 1608.
That'd be my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
I've got a question that says the property is located in the DENR Identified Sensitive Aquifer Recharge Zone.
Yep.
Isn't that downhill from here?
Is it downhill from here?
No.
It's east of here.
Isn't it downhill from here?
I don't know the topography if it is
Well,
downhill or
I
not.
guess
sir.
I would certainly question DNR about what aquifer are they recharging out there. You don't have to answer.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have some concerns about this and it being just right by the entrance into the airport, the main entrance. And I did wonder, do we have the ability to control what it's going to look like? Because there was a similar thing in front of us before. We required they build fences to shield and I mean, there was just a lot of requirements. And, is there going to be something that shields if it becomes a junky looking yard? How are we going to keep control of that?
Code enforcement.
Well,
If it
that
becomes a
doesn't always
public
work.
nuisance, but we don't have, of course, we don't really have those type of codes.
Yeah. So
If it becomes,
because it's within that 1 mile limit around the city-owned properties, will the city have that?
well, the 1 mile will be for septic. The 1.25 miles around the airport is for the platting. So it would be up to the county and the county ordinance officer and the sheriff.
Which we
take
really
care of
don't
that.
have a way
Right.
of
If-
doing that. I am
if it-
concerned.
If it does become a junkyard, there are state laws that require a screen be erected. I don't know if the applicants are here, if you eventually want to speak with them or not.
Yeah. I'm really curious.
You want to come
what your-
forward?
What your thoughts are. Because before, we've really made it restrictive out there, and I don't know.
My name's Kevin Aberstroh. My wife and I are in the process of purchasing the property. We've owned and operated Best Car Sales for 4 years.
What?
Best Car Sales.
Okay.
We are currently trying to purchase the property. We've always been a family and feel very strongly about having a quality used car dealership. As far as your concerns about being a junkyard, I have no desire to be that way, and nor do I want to have junk out there that doesn't portray my image, nor my wife's, or our company beliefs, I guess. We deal with, $30,000, $5,000 to $30,000 vehicles. Having junk sit around doesn't sell the image.
So are you bringing in cars that you purchase at auction elsewhere and putting them there?
Yes, we currently deal with Black Hills Auto Auction, which is just kitty corner from us.
Okay. And so, I know across the way there on the corner, we've had different kinds of businesses, but, we did used to have a farm equipment business. It was always very neat and tidy. I'm really, really concerned about that because of its location and the fact that you are going to be something that they see when they come into our community.
Well, there again, if it's looking like a junkyard, it's pretty hard to sell a $30,000 Escalade sitting there. We have a lot of plans to redo the whole facility to bring it up so we can sell $30,000 Escalades. I mean, you can't sell that out of a junkyard.
Is the B&B Foundation, is that with B&B Auto Salvage, the picture you had? No.
No. And B&B Foundations as currently have a lease on the property till the end of April, and then we're moving to Box Elder.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other comments? Do we have a motion? And a second, so if there's no further comments, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item H.
Cassie Bolstead, Assistant Planning Director again. Item H is rezone 1612 and Comprehensive Plan Amendment 1609 to rezone 15.01 acres from Limited Agriculture District to General Commercial District, and to amend the Pennington County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use from Limited Agriculture District to General Commercial District. The applicant here is Stromer Properties, Brooke Stromer. He is in the audience today. All right, so as this property exists today, it is zoned limited ag. Access to this property is off of Aviation Road. And there is, Aviation Road has kind of gone through a little bit of a process. In 2007, the plat of this property indicated that there was a non-access easement along Aviation Road, with a plat note stating no access is allowed from Lot A2 onto Aviation Road. In 2016, the City of Rapid City did approve to vacate a portion of that non-access easement. So 90 feet of Aviation Road, starting at the east right-of-way of Airport Road, still remains a non-access easement, but he can take access to this property beyond that 90 feet. And Aviation Road is a platted access easement. So it's currently vacant of any structures. There's no special flood hazard area on this property. This rezone was applied for in October, and on the rezone application, he did indicate the reason being for future proposed commercial uses. As you can see on the screen here, the current land use, there are some surrounding general commercial properties to the west and to the east of this property. The applicant does currently own storage units directly to the east of this property on this general commercial area right here. And then you can see on the future land use over here, future land use also dedicates additional general commercial area in this property, or in this area. So the applicant's rezone request does appear to be comparable to the current surrounding zoning, and also it does appear to be comparable to the future land use zoning as well.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Cassie.
Have a motion, motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, I do have some discussion. I'm curious as to what kind of commercial thoughts you have, Brooke.
Commissioner Trauman, I've got a lot of ideas.
Identify yourself.
Sorry.
Sorry, my name is Brooke Stromer. I own those properties right around to the east of the proposed property. Stromer Storage and Parking. We also do some off-airport parking as well. And, you know, I've got a lot of ideas. You know, I've thought about from a gas station to a hotel to a parking lot, all kinds of things. So, you know, right now, I'm considering a parking lot. It would be no different than the airport's parking lot, no different than the parking lot I have currently. That would be, I guess, in the forefront of my mind at this point. Okay. So one step at a time.
And I'd like to say on this property, he does represent well, and he's very meticulous. So I appreciate, no, I'm not saying that you said that, Nancy, but I'm just saying, we had talked about that on the last one, and this one is represented very well, and if you drive by there, it's always clean and nice. So anything that you would do, sir, I believe is going to be a very positive for the future, so.
I think the intention for everyone, the community, myself, the airport, City of Rapid City would certainly be able to provide something that was aesthetically pleasing, in conformance with, you know, ideas. And I've talked to the folks down in planning I've talked to the city engineer, I've talked to those, I know what people would like to see. I don't think anyone wants a pig farm or, those kind of things down there. You look at any other airport in the country, and it's all commercial. And I have your same concerns. My concern would certainly be, I don't want junk across from my place either. I want it nice and clean and respectable and, a wonderful place where people want to visit. My well-being, my children's well-being, everything relies on the idea that, this area is developed in a well-mannered way.
And I am concerned too, I've looked at the comments from the airport.
Yes, ma'am.
Yours is different than the guy across the street.
We will certainly be addressing that through the building permit phase. I've been documenting things for months and months and months, and I have a lot of things to bring to you. I think that you'll be very astonished and surprised. However, I'm an open book. If you guys want to know something, my hands are open, my cards will be on the table, and I will follow through with what I say. Things need to be fair, they need to be right.
Well, and I'm concerned, your plans, like a big hotel going on there, might be, some of it might be pretty limited because of the way that the flight patterns are out there.
Not at all, in fact.
Don't think so?
Absolutely not. I am not in the flight pattern in any way.
Well, there,
I have planes circling around. Now, one discussion that came up last time that I brought to the commission when we presented this was the airport's, I'm going to use the word discretion in requesting that I submit a form FAA 7460. Okay? Now, if you read that form, which I will present to you, and I also present to you some other evidence.
I've seen them.
Absolutely not required to submit that form. I'm not on airport property, for one. I'm not going above 300 feet in elevation. There are other buildings that have actually just been built on airport property that weren't required to submit this form. And I can quote the director's words. There is discretion in some of those abilities to require that form. Those aren't exact quotes, but I have those written down. So what I would say is, are they pushing on me a little bit? There's potential for that. I think they're worried. There's some fear campaign going on. But, at the end of the day, I think I want to do something that represents the city of Rapid City in a very positive way. In a hotel, I've got to go through a building permit process. I've got to comply and meet all of those requirements and needs that anyone and everyone else would have to meet. Will that happen? I don't know. It's a long ways down the road if it does.
I've seen Mr. Stromer's work and what he does, and I don't think he's going to do any mishaps on this property. And I also think the airport might have a little issue because he's competition.
Yes.
So, been on the airport board myself, and I think he's going to do positive with this property, and he has shown in the past that he has, and that he has complied with the rules and regs. So,
I appreciate that.
that's my personal opinion, but.
I do work hard. My dad worked hard.
Yeah, I knew your dad when he put that all together.
Yeah. And, this last year, I made 3 large expansions. Keep note that I wasn't required to submit to the FAA that lengthy, expensive process to build those buildings. I already do parking. They do parking. We've got Black Hills Auto Auction down there with, a couple thousand cars. I mean, the area is moving towards a more commercial arena in that respect. And I have your same concern, Nancy, absolutely. I think that, we need to be concerned about what happens out there. The previous zoning that was just in front of you, they're gonna do nothing but make it better than it is today, or it has been in the past. So, it's moving in that direction. I've already got 20 acres zoned commercial. Auto Auction's got 20 acres zoned commercial. The city has commercial property on the other side of the road. I agree. And everything, you'll see my design at some point. Everything that I do is gonna be in taste. It's gonna obviously have community input and be absolutely in conformance with any and all things that are already there. There's nothing new gonna happen. A hotel, that would be something new. That'd be worth discussion. But keep in mind that, I'm over 100 feet in elevation below the airport. There's no flight pattern. I don't even hear planes. I have helicopters from the National Guard fly over me. I've talked to them too, and they've kind of stopped flying right over my home. But, these kind of things, we're talking, height restrictions the way it is that would never even come close to, infringing on the airport's flight pattern. So, a plane is they come from way east, and, the other runways, they run east and west on top of the hill, so I'm nowhere near it. But, all those things can be addressed at some point. If I were to build a hotel, it's gonna be a ways, Not that I couldn't try it, but you would certainly have all of that directly in front of you.
Well,
Transparency is key.
I just wanted both of you to understand that I believe it's very important in that particular corridor, what we're doing. And,
Amen.
And also, I've been to some training with especially during the BRAC. There is some concerns about those sorts of things going around our airport. We can lose points on that. It has to be very carefully done.
Absolutely. Oh, I agree. And, I'm a engineer. I'm a businessman. And, I have tremendous pride on this property. Family owned. My grandfather bought it in '48. And, I want to see good things happen too, all the way around. And so I'm kind of taking up I'm biting off a big chunk here. This is David and Goliath, so to speak. And it's very, very important to me, probably more than anyone else, that it is clean, it's nice, it's conformant with everything that's going on out there, and it has a benefit, a real, true benefit. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your questions.
Any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item I.
All right. Item I is layout plat PL 1624. This is a layout plat to create lots 1 and lot 2 of Munyon Estates. The applicant is Deborah Munyon, the other landowner is Harry Munyon, and the surveyor is DC Scott Surveyors. What they are proposing here is they are proposing to divide this property. Initially, they were proposing 3 lots. However, they have since come back and proposed 2 lots. Lot 1 of Munyon Estates would be 11.85 acres, and Lot 2 would be 20 acres. This has come about, this request is part of a legal division of property. And so they are proposing this so that, to my understanding, the 20 acre lot can be sold. The other thing that was discussed at Planning Commission relative to this is this does increase the number of lots on a dead-end road system by 1. So there was concern regarding Bradsky Road only having 1 means of ingress and egress. The way that we've kind of come to a agreement on this is to file a deed restriction on Lot 2, restricting some of the residential uses that could happen on that lot until such time that there is a second means of ingress and egress to Bradsky Road. The applicant and the surveyor are okay with that. They've been working with the state's attorney's office to come up with language for that deed restriction, which would be filed with the plat when it's ready. This is just the layout plat, so they would need to go through a minor plat process to get to that point, so we still have a little bit of time there. But that is ultimately what they are looking at doing. So the Planning Commission had recommended approval of layout plat 1624, and that the planning department staff, the state's attorney's office, the applicant, and the agent work together to finalize the language for the deed restriction, and they had recommended approval with 11 conditions.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, reading this, I guess it's part of the legal document, the court order, it says the 20 acres shall be subdivided into approximately 2 10-acre lots. How do we get around that? Court order.
Hi, my name is Dean Scott. I'm the surveyor. That was a decision made by Mr. Munyon, who isn't present here today, but he is the one that said that he requested the judge make it in 2 parcels. He thought it would sell easier. Once Mr. Munyon was made aware of more issues that we are dealing with, he said that he is fine with 1 lot because in particular, he has a buyer from the neighborhood who is interested in using it for pasture land.
So this court order's been updated?
No, but according to Mr. Munyon, it was not an issue on his part, and I have Mr. Munyon here with me, and I don't think it's an issue on our part either.
Well, like I said, the court order says the 20 acres shall be subdivided, and I don't know that, well, I guess, I don't know.
Okay. Anything further? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item J.
Item J is second reading of Plan Unit Development 1603 for Dan and Nancy Evangelisto to rezone 12.91 acres from General Agriculture District to Plan Unit Development District. And let me get a presentation up here for you. This has been before you, before, of course, approved for the first reading. If you'd like, I can go through a little bit of a description if you believe we need to. If not, I really just want to address the addendum that I sent out to you with all the conditions. Prior to that, though, I do have an email that I'd like to pass out if the chair is okay with that.
Yes.
Okay, it's from the applicant to myself about the addendum because they got a copy of it and they are aware, and we're going to pass this out to you anyway, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a new drawer, I think, to put all this Evangelisto stuff in.
Thank you.
So after the addendum was drawn up and sent out, also, of course, sent it to the applicants, and their email basically was just a couple concerns. So I can kind of address those as we go through the revised conditions of approval, let's put it that way. So if you guys are okay, I can start going through that.
Good.
Okay. So on the addendum, we have 7 pages. So nothing really to change on page 1. So if we flip over to page 2, item number 6, you can see where and this also coincides with the email that they had sent. The applicant was looking to consolidate conditions 6, 22, 40, and 41 as they all addressed signs. The way the email was written, I took it as they wanted to basically reword it, but that wasn't their intent. So they basically are just looking to take those 4 conditions and make them all into one, which would basically eliminate 3 of the conditions. Staff really has no problems with that. We would just separate them with a semicolon as we go through. Moving down to item 11, the applicant was looking to remove the phrase "shut down by 10 p.m.," which has to do with the outdoor activities. There is a county noise ordinance enforced by the sheriff, not by the planning commission. And if that time was to change from 10 to 9 or from 10 to 11, then with the new wording, the applicant would just comply with whatever the county ordinance says at that time. Instead of, if it was to change to 9, but the PUD says 10, they'd have to come back with an amendment to change that. So this way, it just stays with the change. And county and staff has no issues with that. Number 12 addresses the tent that's on the property, and the applicant did provide some photos of the tent that they have on the property, and I can pull that presentation up if you'd like. The concern is the tent that they want to use for their events. Currently, we do not do a permanent building permit for tents because they're considered temporary structures. So we would do a temporary building permit, which is a flat rate of $60, but if we were to do a temporary permit, we'd like to define what temporary is. Or the Board of Commissioners can direct the director myself to sign a permanent building permit for a tent of a certain square footage. Black Hills Reception has a tent on their property. It was permitted over about 20 years ago with a temporary building permit. Since that time, from talking with equalization and people out there, the only part of the tent that is, the only part of that structure that really is a tent is the top. There's a concrete floor and there's also solid walls. So the assessors, because of the concrete floor and the walls, they do tax it. But again, there's only a temporary building permit for there. No one has complained about that property or asked us to investigate it other than just finding out how it was permitted and if it was assessed. So if we were addressing the tent, I did find some items out there from building and construction codes as possibly defining temporary structures for 36 months. And then the applicant would have to come back in and get another permit again for another 36 months. We don't really define what temporary is in our ordinance. What we've done is if somebody comes in to permit a tent, we've discussed with them how long they want it, and that becomes part of the permit itself, so it's kind of on a case-to-case basis. It's usually not more than a couple months at the most. It's usually weeks. This would be an exception to that. So kind of mull over that one for a little bit. Flipping the page over to, so 3 of 7 to item 21, it's looking, they had requested that conditions 13 and 21 be revised or removed because they do have a building permit, permanent building permits for a kitchen and a bathroom. Right now, because neither one of those are constructed, staff would like to keep that condition in that the porta potties are still required until at least the bathroom is constructed. And then during a subsequent PUD review, that condition can come out. But for now, we'd like to keep it in. And then switching over to item 26 on page 4. Originally, staff was requesting to change what the applicant was looking to adjust. What we wanted it to read was that the planned unit development consists of no more than 40 permanent structures. And talking with the applicant today, what we're looking to do is actually revise the applicant's suggested rewording. And so you can see it there in black. And it says that the PUD consists of no more than a total of 40 permitted structures. So that way it's not misread as you can have 40 single-family residents, 40 duplexes, 40 sheds, 40 garages, 40 bistros. So we're just making it clear and the applicant is okay with that. Moving over to page 5 of 7, number 39, trying to do this as methodically as possible. This one item addresses what most of the conditions that are crossed out in red are. Originally, the applicant and staff had discussed putting some of their covenants restrictions into the PUD. It hadn't been done before, but it often comes up in staff reports and during meetings as an issue, so we figured that might be a possible way to fix that. But the applicant and staff has listened to things that the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners had said because of the number of conditions. So what the applicant is proposing is if we were to take out conditions 27 through 33, 35 through 39, and essentially leave it as that written approval from the developer, which would be Century Construction LLC and or its successors, or the Custer Trail Subdivision One Home Owners Architectural Review Committee be obtained prior to issuance of permits. So essentially, the covenants can still be enforced by the developer, in this case as described in that condition, But before the applicant can obtain a building permit from our office, they have to get approval from the developer. This isn't anything new. There's a couple other PUDs that have this restriction, and they get as specific as color and the way the house faces on the lot. So this is not a uncommon deal. Moving then over to page 6, item number 42. Basically just the way it's written in black there. Staff has no concerns about it. So in all, those are the changes as recommended by the applicant. And staff doesn't really have any issues with any of them, but the one thing that's still outstanding is what to do about the tent on the property. And I'll pull up that presentation right now. So either you allow it as a permanent structure and we permit it as a permanent. And the building permit would primarily be for to see what the square footage is, what the inside of it's going to look like, how it's going to be laid out, does it meet the setback, is it not in the easements, that kind of stuff. Even though it sounds like the assessors will not assess the tent until there is a concrete floor or permanent walls, but it's up to them to decide on how they want to do that. Or we can just permit it as a permanent structure, and they pay a one-time fee based on square footage. No more.
Any questions or comments?
That's just a lot of. How many times has this been revised? I guess at 59 conditions. Is it because it's such a big PUD? Is it because of the violations that have been on the property that the concerns need to be met a little bit more pinpointed?
A little combination of everything. Also because there are a number of properties in the PUD. And I can get back to that presentation, 33, I believe. And in the PUD, you want to specifically state what is allowed and what's not allowed on each one of those lots. Now, they've grouped a bunch of those lots together in some uses, saying that a lot's setbacks on these lots have to be this, but on these other lots, setbacks can be this and this. So it's because of lot size, it's because of topography. It's a very large area. There are some conditions in there because of violations, and the applicants have in the past worked to meet those, and haven't given any indication that they're not looking to meet those in the future. But after the first review, usually with PUDs, a lot of the conditions come off. They're kind of startup conditions.
Do you have any other big PUDs like this with this many conditions? Or no?
Because usually in 20s and 30s, but because we actually included a lot of the covenants into this one, that's why it had 59. If we were to look at it as proposed, I think we're going down to.
PJ?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because
59.
of the covenants or because of the neighbors, so it satisfies what they believe would be helpful on this conditions, and the Evangelistos decided that that would be okay with them? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think including the covenants came from the neighbors, it came from the applicants and staff.
Okay. Just a comment. I've been out here. I've been in their place. It's exquisite. It's beautiful. That's a lot of conditions. And if that's, Evangelistos, you have agreed, if I could ask, if you could come to the dais, you have agreed to the 59 conditions?
No,
No.
they want all the changes.
The 6, 22, 40, and 41.
I'm Dan Evangelisto.
And Nancy Evangelisto.
That was the reasoning for the rewrite this last time, was because of your concerns in trying to get the numbers down. Writing the conditions from the beginning, we had never done this before, so number one, so we were trying to follow PJ's outline on how to do this, and as the process worked through with your concerns, we thought we could eliminate a lot of them with these last changes, so I'm thinking we're kind of zeroed in on hoping making everybody happy.
So at 59 conditions, I see that you'll probably be back for some more revisions once you change some of the properties, or no?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I guess, can you clarify, you think we're going to be back to make more changes?
Well, that's kind of been the rule so far since I've been in here. 2 years, you have revised and revised and.
Correct.
And I'm not,
because
that's
we're-
not a bad thing,
We're
but.
listening to what everybody is saying, commissioners, neighbors, PJ. I guess probably we need to stop trying to appease everybody and just go for what we are trying to do. And that's what this is. That's what we've presented here. The conditions that we're asking to remove were from our original covenants that you seem to think that there were a lot of them. And I think, Nancy, you also had some concerns about it putting the county at liability situation. And so we listened to that, and so yes, we are willing to take that out and put that back on us as the developers to make that decision.
I'm not opposed to it, ma'am. I'm just asking questions on why and if this is revised another 5 times. I mean, some of it's gonna have to be, because I think once you start selling properties or you're doing something different, I believe you're gonna have revisions again, just because that's 59 conditions, and that's your properties. Have you sold any of these properties yet?
No. Actually, one. Yeah, we have.
I guess that's where I see the revisions coming in.
Well, the properties that are left for sale
Yes, ma'am.
are basic residential properties. They aren't going to be allowed a lot of the, like the bed and breakfast. If they are allowed, even though we said on there that we're requesting they be able to do that, they're going to have permission from the developer or the homeowners association. And they're going to have to comply with the exact same conditions that we have had to comply with.
Okay,
So-
thank you. I appreciate that.
Am I answering your question?
You are, and
Okay.
I understand that, because that would be their responsibility once you sold the lot. I just
Correct.
didn't know, once you sold a certain amount of lots, do you need revisions to this because of the selling of the lots?
Hopefully not, that's not our intention.
You'd like
I was going to
come
say,
again.
we've known each other for a long time now on this project. I hope not.
Thank you.
I do appreciate
But
you.
But your work is exquisite, and the inside of your buildings are spectacular, so.
Thanks.
I'm hoping this whole area is as beautiful. It is already, but it's amazing.
Excuse me just a minute.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, but you had a picture up there of the tent. Is there what's the flooring?
On that particular picture, it's
gravel with-
gravel at this time, but it's gonna
Gravel
be,
with carpet over the gravel.
Okay.
Do you need it to be permanent?
yes.
Okay.
These pictures, actually, if you could go back,
Go ahead.
that, where the tent is right now is actually in the parking lot, that photo that you're seeing.
Okay,
So if
okay.
you go to the next one. Oh, keep going, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm looking for these parking lot ones. What I tried to do, and I'm a lousy photographer, obviously, was show you kind of the dimension of, so, oops, stop. So if you see where
that
the
level
trailer's
is right
at
there,
in the
yeah.
lower left,
Uh-huh.
that is the parking lot. If you go up to where those trees are, that's the level where the tent will be. And if you go to the next photo.
Right there.
Where the truck is.
Yep.
Where the truck is, that's where the tent will be.
Okay.
And on the forefront is where the permanent building for the kitchen and bathroom will be.
Okay.
And so that will shield it more from the community living area. And you can see that we put trees all along.
Sure.
So we've tried to hide the tent as much as possible.
I was just curious about where, I mean, it sort of looked like there was concrete underneath that one picture, and it was just the gravel showing up, so, okay.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
That one?
but that makes sense, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I didn't know the county had a county noise ordinance. What time is it?
I believe 10 PM, sheriff enforces
It is.
it.
I'll be darned. I thought it was just obnoxious noise.
No, it is 10 p.m.
The only thing, I guess you said something about a 36-month permit for a tent?
In looking at what some of the other counties and cities done.
We
around
don't
the
have that.
country. No.
We'd have to do some changes.
Yeah, and we can change that. Usually on a temporary building permit, we would just write in what the time frame is. Again, it's usually not over a couple months. Our building permits are good for 2 years. They expire in 2 years, but you can get a renewal for 3. So technically, a permanent building permit could be good for 3 years. So using that as a time frame, that would meet the 36 months. After that, an applicant, even for a permanent structure, would have to come back in and reapply.
So I'm not real crazy about giving a permanent permit for a tent.
It's kind of
They're not
frustrating,
permanent.
yeah.
I guess our concerns are the fact that, like, right now, for the month of December, we have passed up a lot of holiday events and parties, not just money-making ones, but events for different fundraising groups and that sort of things, because we haven't been allowed to keep the tent up, or because there's been this controversy about it, we haven't put it and left it up. That's why we want the tent to be able to be permitted permanently. In the future, we probably will be putting in more permanent flooring and those sorts of things, and would have to come back and get proper building permits for those upgrades and changes. And we're not saying that we aren't going to eventually put in a real permanent structure, which we'd then have to come back and do that, so.
Can you put something, PJ, on this that for a year, we can do a trial basis, and if they don't have complaints on this tent being an issue, because if you've seen it, it's adding to the ambiance of this, it's not taking away from the area or putting a junky tent up or anything.
That's actually a good idea. At a minimum, this PUD will be up for review in a year after it's approved. It's just like a conditional use permit or other ones. So in that time, we could permit it as a temporary structure. If there haven't been any complaints in that 1 year or significant issues, then possibly readdress changing how it's permitted after the first review.
That makes sense. That way they can conduct business as usual.
Thought of it.
And again, do Christmas and different things in that tent for people during holidays and different things. It's their business, is what I'm saying.
So just a quick question.
Yes.
If we were to issue a temporary building permit, would you be okay would you want to keep it at 10 months, or would you be okay for a year, 12 months?
That'd be up to this commission. I would be okay, but that'd be up to this commission.
I agree with the 12 months. I think that makes.
George?
Yeah, I don't have a problem
Lindell?
with 12 months.
12 months, okay?
Well, guaranteed, about 3 feet of wet snow in the spring will take care of the tent issue.
So then I would suggest, and if you look on page 2 of 7, condition number 12, again, we're doing this on the fly here, we change where it says not to exceed 10 months to 12 months. And that way it allows a temporary building permit for the tent for 12 months.
Yes, sir.
And then that would be in harmony with the time until this comes back to review again.
You okay with that for a solution? Okay, thank you.
That would be fine.
Okay. So we basically be looking at 45 conditions, and I can go through the changes again. I will definitely provide the auditor with the final version for the minutes when we're done, but I can go through them one more time if you'd like, or, okay.
Are we good on the signs?
Yeah, we're just gonna take off one.
What's your wish?
How do we make that motion? As amended, or?
PJ?
Yeah,
As amended.
as amended, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the planned unit development PU 1603 as amended through today
With 45 conditions.
with 45 conditions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any members of the audience who wish to comment? Hearing none, any further discussion by the commission?
Mr. Chair, like I said last time, I'm going to have to vote no because the book says the intent of the plan unit development is to allow districts in which ingenuity, imagination, design efforts on the part of the builders, architects, site planners, and developers can produce desirable residential developments. And I guess I don't consider this a residential development. I'm all for what they're doing, but That's not a PUD, so thank you.
Any other comments? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried, 4-1.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we'd like to thank you for all your time and effort put into this and
And
helping
yours.
us.
Good luck with your business.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful one.
Okay, item K.
Item K, second reading of ordinance amendment 1601 to amend section 103, 208, and 319. 319 is the vacation home rental ordinance. After the last meeting, there was a few directions that were given to the planning director to go and revise what had been presented. In your packets are a revised version of the sections that we're looking to amend. There are some additions, especially to the definition section. There's some changes to section 319B, which instead of having it all in one paragraph, we just kind of spelled out what the zoning requirements for the certain districts are. And if there's any questions, we can entertain those at this time. Other than that, not really sure what you want me to do.
Good, PJ.
Okay, what's your wish? How do you want to pursue this?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear, we haven't done a lot of public. Oh, you can't hear me? I'm sorry. Here, I've been saying that to people all day. I'd just like to hear some of the public comment, maybe on these changes and so on,
Okay, in order to
especially the 1 acre. I like the 1 acre.
keep this somewhat structured, PJ, can you take one change, describe it, and we'll let the public respond to that? And then go on to the next one?
Yeah, I'd have to go back to an old version because the new version's not marked up with all the changes. Would probably require some help from the committee as to some of the changes and requirements of, if we're looking into the whys. I have the newer version up on the screen here. But let me see if I can pull up an old version. It's going to take me a minute. Well, maybe I can compare it to.
Seems like you do the new version and then they would discuss, whoever was coming up, well, if it was good or bad with the old version or the new.
Sure, that's a good idea.
So maybe just one at a time, like the
Okay.
chairman said.
So section 103 in definitions, originally it was just a definition of vacation home rental VHR. And the reason that was in there is because we had to revise the number for the South Dakota codified law that it mentioned. The changes that staff has made based on conversations we've had is to add the definitions of floodway, private water system, private wastewater system, public wastewater system, and public water system, and then we're moving the definition of transfer from section 319 and including it also in section 103. It would appear in both. So those are the big changes because those are terms that are now used in section 319.
Okay, does anyone in the audience wish to comment on what has just been described?
Nope.
If not, we'll go on to the next one.
Okay.
Next is section 208, the suburban residential district conditional, list of conditional uses. There used to be 19. The committee voted to allow vacation home rentals in suburban residential with a conditional use permit. So therefore, item 20 was added to allow vacation home rentals in accordance with section 319 as a conditional use in SRD.
Anyone wishing to comment?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Todd Tobin. I'm a resident of Silver City, and I was on the original, or the first, Vacation Home Rental Committee. My main concern here on a suburban residential zone district is that the initial intent from the first committee was to allow people as individuals to rent out their home beyond the 2 weeks that was allowed by the IRS. In our community in Silver City and in others, what really the issue is are commercial operators that are coming into a suburban residential district, and they're operating in a commercial manner. Now, I believe as a property rights owner, we should be able to do with our properties as we choose, and at the same time, we also have to comply very specifically with the ordinances and the zoning in place, and so on and so forth. My concern really is that if this precedent gets set to allow the commercial operator to continue to expand into a suburban residential district, which by definition outside of a residence, the uses are for hospitals, schools, museums, churches, and hair businesses, as a hair salon is the operator. So when we expand that out, does that mean that if I want to rent my neighbor's garage to do a wood shop or some other type of heavy industrial, does that give me precedent then to do that under a conditional use permit when it's not a commercially zoned property? And I think we set a really bad precedent here, again, with the commercial operators to come into residential areas that are zoned for suburban residential, that what they would then have is the ability to set a precedent for other businesses to creep into these organizations with precedent, much like was talked about the cookie lady that has the tent and how she did what she did has continued to be used as precedent here today as to this other tent type of structure. I believe that there's an analogy there that is really risky. So if it comes into, if we're really allowed to have any kind of business in a suburban residential area, where does that limit go with a conditional use permit? So we have a conditional use permit in conclusion process. The first version of the ordinance, in my opinion, we've had minimal to no complaints. It proves to me it was a very solid piece of legislation. And I think we're all wasting our time even trying to change it, because really the changes at the end of the day are trying to expand the initial uses. So I would strongly encourage you to not support any of the changes and would encourage the existing revisions stay intact.
Mr. Chair. Todd, I have a question for you, because if you go to section 319, under B, number 3, we've proposed verbiage such as this: as long as the subject property for the VHR is a minimum of 1 acre with a combination of acceptable public and/or private systems as determined by the Department of Health and Pennington County Planning. VHRs are permitted with the approval of a conditional use permit. That was an attempt to put a limit within an SRD, and I'd like your comment on that.
Sure. There's a distinction between the high density and the low density applications, and I think certainly in a low-density suburban residential setting, there certainly is more room, and I think precedent for a conditional use permit to be given. Again, the intent was to allow individual property owners to do with their property what they chose, in this case, to rent beyond the 2 weeks that is allowed by the IRS. But again, it comes back to the commercial operator. So we see in our community of the commercial properties that now have CPUs have continual work on septic systems. The septic systems in place on those properties were not intended for that kind of use. So again, it pushes that border to the commercial. But on the high density, where it's very compacted, like in Silver City, it is impacted. So the 10 o'clock curfew, for example, or the complying to quiet time is very important. Nobody's against anybody having a good time on a vacation in the Black Hills. It's good for our economy. But there's also people that live and work there, and on a 24/7 basis with a commercial operator in a high density, it impacts traffic, it impacts garbage. In the past, the garbage was a disaster in our community. Finally, the current operator was forced to get their own receptacle of a container instead of utilizing the community. So there's impacts. Then there's the fire side of it as well. We've had in the past, in our department, we've gone out on calls where people were not clearly explained on how to operate and function as people from the city in the Black Hills, or from the city and operating in the Black Hills. We had one incident where a vacation home rental, before they were legal, they took the coals out of the fire, thought it would be safer to put it by the propane tank and the wood pile before they went out for the day because they weren't familiar with how that works. And there was a large fire that ensued. And so we have a lot of these kinds of things that bring a footprint into communities that don't have a lot of infrastructure. And I think that it really pushes the boundary for the commercial side, whether it's low density or whether it's high density.
So did you look at the uses, Todd, in which suburban residential can be used as? Because some of those are already businesses and boarding houses and different things that are saying they're already allowed in there. Are you wanting us to take all the other business entities out of there? Because do you see what I'm saying?
And there is commercial use that would be as a conditional use permit that is allowed when it's neighbors brought out and brought in and involved.
Right.
I just go back to what the original ordinance and the intent of suburban residential is, that at what point do we allow what to be in there? Is it everything or anything? And this continues to open it up, that what would prevent me, as I said earlier, from renting out a neighbor or other people renting out spaces for other than lodging. And I think it really just then, what then is the purpose of a vacation home or of a suburban residential footprint as a neighborhood versus a open commercial and residential zoning?
I guess, for me, I think it changed from the acre that made the difference of, health, safety, and welfare. Because again, you can do all those things in this already, but it's going to be a little bit different when it's an acre instead of a quarter acre or less than a quarter acre to do their businesses, because we approve hairstyling salons, massage parlors, boarding houses. We just approved, actually, I think it was in Silver City, for a guy to do some other stuff in there to do with commercial. So I didn't see a lot of opposition in those areas. So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference, that what you guys are saying and what you're allowing in Silver City already. That's why I have kind of,
I'm looking beyond what just is in Silver City, and I look at a precedent of having been on the committee before in all residential areas, that if we just open it up again, wide open, and make it easy for conditional use permits to be obtained in a large manner that this is in the ordinance, then I think that there's a risk that what then is any neighborhood going to have to endure. So when we look at the bottom line of the existing current ordinance without any changes, there's always going to be some verbiage. Why do we have to redo the entire ordinance when there was virtually no complaints? So it proved literally that it worked, and make some minor changements as an addendum instead of having spent all this time to redo everything, which really was geared entirely for the commercial sector, not for the individuals who wanted to rent their homes out. It's again a commercial sector focus that's coming in, pretending to be property rights related, pretending to be an individual residence wanting to rent their house. It's commercial operators operating commercially in residential neighborhoods.
right, unfortunately, even in the city, you can have a rental house. It's zoned in the area as residential, low density, but you're paying commercial taxes. So, I don't know, I don't know. I think there's positive in both sides of doing this the right way. I do have property rights in there, and and both sides property rights, I'm understanding. But again, you're already allowing businesses in suburban residential, and I know you're trying to distinguish the difference, but to me, a business is a business is a business.
As is a residential is a residential. Is a residential. And your point is well taken. Yeah.
I appreciate it, sir.
And one last comment that again, in our, the original committee, one of the difficulties that we tried to overcome and understand was from a normal business regulation perspective, as any business has their regulations and should have, as a way of keeping in whatever aspect to the public servicing the way that they're supposed to. And this was a difficult thing on the first committee because it really didn't fit the vacation home rental component into the lodging or the specialty resort. And so we had to kind of customize a way that would make that work. It still, in my opinion, though, operates outside of what, say, the conventional lodging establishments have to go through, where you don't have that level of inspection or other types of licensing, which then makes it very easy, which is, in my firsthand personal experience, I've observed the commercial operator in our community still continues to rent properties that are not and have not gone through this process. It's really hard then to know if that business is not having some form of regulation, is what really is being rented and what isn't. And I'm not asking for the business to be overseen and governed by the government. I think less government and business is far better. It's just that it operates in that gray area, which has allowed this expansion, which in my opinion is the entire genesis of this revision, to take place. And I just really caution you, as those that have to make the decision, is to look to the future precedent that this can very, very realistically set.
Well, I know that the state also regulates them, and we don't have that in the city, where if you have a rental house or you want to do vacation home rental, they don't have that secondary state regulations. So I think they're pretty regulated.
Yeah.
And again, you don't have that in a normal rental or rental house. Where else but Pennington
Mr. Chair, if I
County.
might, one of my constituents asked about other counties. Do you know offhand, Mr. Tobin, if Lawrence County and Meade County and Custer, if all ever have anything like this?
No, they do not, to my
They
knowledge.
do not?
Yeah.
Okay. The 1 acre, if I might, Mr. Chair, the 1 acre deal, I think last meeting, somebody mentioned that there were, well, I think it was the planning director, there was over 500 properties, 1 acre or less in zone general ag. Can you break that down any further? Is that, how many of those 500 are under 1 acre? Well, where I'm going with this is with this 1 acre limit, that takes general ag out of all those properties, however many there are, how many hundreds, takes them out of SRD, I mean, out of VHR.
There's 629 generally agged zone properties that are under 1 acre with.
Under an acre?
Under an acre, and it's a 40 acre minimum.
So those 629, they wouldn't qualify for a VHR.
But there's 7,813 general ag properties over 1 acre in that same zoning district.
So I guess what's the big difference whether there's 500 or 600, however many, in little bitty general ag or SRD? We're just talking labels.
Correct, and the whole reason for this, if you recall, the explanation was using zoning as the density describer is not valid, because if you remember the memo, there's an entire subdivision zone general ag. Every property in there basically is under 1 acre. But we have subdivisions of suburban residential where all the lots are over 1 acre. But the general ag subdivision can apply for an SRD where the general ag subdivision can apply, but the SRD can't. So it's not fair.
Right,
So we're
right.
just trying to explain that going by zoning doesn't work.
Make it straight across the board.
Yeah, so I think I'm making your point.
That's my point, and one of the parts of my district is way up there, right next to Lawrence County. If we just right across the road, Lawrence County, we wouldn't have the problem, but all those lots, Aspen Park or whatever it's called, they're all well over 1 acre, SRD. So we're just talking labels.
Correct.
The density probably should be an issue, but we aren't addressing issue, we're just addressing labels.
And there is always the option, if somebody has a suburban, and the option is open now. If anybody was in suburban residential who wanted to apply for a conditional use permit, they could always request a variance, get the variance approved, and then go for a CUP. So we just haven't had that come forward. But that's always an option to, no matter what we do with the ordinances, anybody can request a variance to anything.
And Lord knows, we don't turn variances down.
Well, we haven't had one of these come yet, so. But that is always an option.
But in the permitting process, that should be one of the criteria is density.
And that's what we're.
On individual CUP applications.
Yes.
You could use that as a affirmative or a denial for the CUP.
Correct.
That's a criteria.
Correct. It is one of the 5 criteria. It
Okay.
was talked about with the Vacation Home Rental Committee. It was talked about during the Planning Commission, but no consensus as to what density would be or how it would be defined ever came out. The main thing that came out of the committee was that no matter what is decided, that it be universal across all zoning districts. So staff came up with basically use a state definition where you have a self-contained lot, it's 1 acre because you can have a residence, the well, and a septic all on one property. Whereas if you go less than that, then there's kind of some easements involved or shared things. Because in suburban residential, you can go down to 6,500 square feet for one lot if conditions are right.
Okay, can we, have we finished
Thank you for allowing me
addressing
to serve.
this particular
I think-
change?
I think you have the,
I might just add a quick comment. I'm Jim Peterson. The beginning of that conversation was about the commercial use or the business. What we're talking about is a residential zoning and a residential use still. These people that are coming, that are using this, use it just like a residential home. It's called rent. So that's a key difference, I think. And I've always maintained that the conditional use permit is the right way to do this, because you do, just clarified right here, it might not work in general ag in a particular case. I mean, you got 629 properties that are less than an acre. The neighbors there may say, this doesn't work. So I don't really see the 1 acre as being a good solution, but in the sense of compromise of what's going on, it might be for SRD, but for the rest of these, I don't see that as a good, compromise.
Okay, thank you. Joyce?
Joyce Shagru. Just to pick up on what Jim said, are we in a compromise mode here? And I have a question to ask of you, and I hope it's appropriate to ask. Letters in the public record show an overwhelming support for not allowing VHRs in SRD, but I don't believe that is the entire picture of what is out there. I think you've all received emails, letters, correspondence from a large number of people. So I would like to know your take on how this really looks, because I don't think we can tell from the public record. So I have a question to ask of each of you, if that's permissible, how you sense public record and what you've received in addition to that. How does this look to you? And I'd start with Ron. Does it look to you like it's 50-50 between those who support or oppose in SRD? 75-25, 90-10? What's your take?
Well, I can give you my answer very, very quickly. However, there's also a court case, and I think Jay will back me up, that says you cannot make planning and zoning decisions based upon what the neighbors want.
Right, I understand that.
So that, that kind of denigrates any argument you have. But in my experiences, and I don't know, I can't give you ratios, but tons more people opposed to it than they're in favor of it.
I'll just say the word, if you're a politician, depends on what side you're on. You're gonna think if you want this passed, that you're gonna hear from the people that are on your side more than you are the opposing side. So if you're asking me which way we're going, I hear from both sides, but I also believe that that was a good compromise that the staff helped with both sides of this issue, and I'm willing to support that.
Mm-hmm. So you think we're in a position of needing compromise. Okay, Commissioner Peterson?
It's always hard to judge this sort of thing, the question you're asking, because I heard on the news lately that the American people want this and the American people want that, and yet I haven't had anyone walk up to me and say, I want that. So it's a little hard. If you blow air through a small knothole, it comes out faster on the other side. And it's a judgment thing. But I do also factor in my sense of kind of group mentality where I wasn't even thinking about that, but now that you mention it, I am mad about it too. You know, and so all of a sudden it snowballs, and it's not real.
Thank you, Commissioner Troutman.
It always depends on the organization of either side. I can tell you that over the years, if this side was really organized and they had a lot of people giving, writing the letters and the emails and so on, if they're really organized, but it's really a small group, and then we made a decision based on that, then we end up with all these people saying, what? They didn't understand that they were so well organized, and maybe it's 10 people and there's 30 people out here that were thinking, oh, you know, that isn't right. So it's hard. It's hard for me, and especially most of the letters were kind of repeats in a lot of ways. I look for a compromise on this, and for me, that 1 acre was a compromise. And again, you can always do the variance and so on. We've always been able to do that, but I think that in the end, trying to find that middle of the road where it allows some people to do it that couldn't before, but I don't think it's going to increase it that much.
Thank you. Commissioner Fairby?
My perspective is probably different than the other 4 commissioners, and that's because I'm guessing that almost all of the EHRs are in my district. So probably some in District 4, but I'm guessing I've got most of them, and I've got some constituents that are very adamantly opposed, and some that are very, very vigorously for, and everybody in between. So I can't give you a number, but I will tell you that there's people on both sides, way out on both sides, adamantly against and adamantly for. And everybody's in between, so I can't give you a number. Okay. But I can say they're almost all my constituents.
I think that, thank you very much for that, because I think that does give us a sense of how difficult it is for you. And I agree with you on what you're saying. My sense is, and I have people who dislike me to say this, but my sense is that we do need to come somewhere to the middle and have a compromise. Now, when you're looking at, this is sort of changing the subject, but PJ was using this document. And I looked at SRD, okay? I looked at the other districts, but I looked at SRD. And just quick math, not precise, about 70% of the lot sizes in SRD are below an acre, about 30% are above. If you look at all of the acres, the lots, the total is 19,602 between all of these districts. That comes out to about 30% are less than an acre, and 70% are over an acre. So SRD is just turned around from the total, which is realistic, because general ag, of course, the lot sizes are much, much larger. But to me, that sort of puts it in perspective, and everyone does not agree with this. They think that using the 1 acre or larger does not address the philosophical discussion about how we should use residential districts. And that, I think, will come as we move forward with a comprehensive plan and greater public input. In my mind, as I brought to you or to Planning and Zoning Commission, I can't remember which because I've spoken so many times on it, is we might be better to delay. I'm not advocating that, don't take me that way at all, until we know how the whole county feels about using residential. But this is before us now, and that's 2 years out. So I think you're coming from the right place. Everyone does not agree with me, but that was my sense. And I only saw what was in the public record. Of course, I have no access I do believe in transparency and actually think it would be great if you would post those all in the public record, because I think then that it would keep a whole lot of us very honest. I don't have any idea what's in there, but I certainly think about what the public's going to read. But that's another discussion. So that's my point for today. I did want to get a read from you, and I think I got that. Thank you.
Thank me, Joyce.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have another change?
No.
Well,
No?
you're kidding me, right?
Okay, so that takes care of 103 and 208. So now moving on to section 319. So basically, the change is the addition of the definition of transfer at the top, and I'll just stop there.
Okay, do we have any comments?
I know it's Christmas, but does it have to be cold inside?
I know, it's cold.
It's like, holy cow, I'm starting to get the shivers here.
Okay, on this particular one, transfers, there's no comment? Am I hearing that right? What's the next one?
Going down to section 319B, it basically was just one paragraph that kind of combined all this and specifically excluded suburban residential districts to allow conditional use permits for VHRs. What you see on the screen is as proposed to move forward. Basically adding that 1 acre minimum and allowing suburban residential districts to apply for a conditional use permit for VHRs, and the addition of number 2, where it is actually specifically calling out heavy and light industrials and prohibiting VHRs. It was kind of an understood thing. It wasn't in the ordinance. We're putting it in.
Any comments on that? You done?
Yes, for that part.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, down to section C, number 2, we basically just changed the identification for the South Dakota codified law on that. Item number 3, we took out the word where it says South Dakota Vacation Home Rental and made it South Dakota Vacation Home Lodging License. And then also added the word lodging also in number 3. And I can continue to go through section C or stop with those 2.
Any comments on those? Go ahead.
Okay. What you see before you are, again, this is as it's proposed to be approved. There was section number 5, which talked about vacation home rentals in suburban residential districts shall be revoked upon sale and transfer. That has been removed entirely. And so old number 6 has become what you see before you in number 5. And what you see is what was recommended by the committee for approval. Section number 5 is quite extensive with the changes that were proposed. If there was any amount of the ordinance that was changed, almost in its entirety, it was this subsection. The reason being was because of the definition of transfer. It allows the transfer as defined. It requires a review after transfer. It requires also that the local contact be updated with the planning department, and also the local contact go out to the neighbors so they know who to call if they have a concern. And I think that kind of covers it all, but it makes it a little bit more transparent and a little bit easier for the applicant. That would be section 5.
Any comments on that? Okay, go ahead.
Section 6 was, as on the screen, was changed. That used to be old section, subsection 7. We didn't change the content, just a number. The committee did add, recommended to add number 7, the vacation homes are prohibited in floodways. And vacation home rentals, what that is would be what the definition of VHR is, which is basically the unit itself, not the property or the ingress or egress. So if floodway touched the building, it would be prohibited.
Mr. Chair, I did visit with PJ yesterday because that is one of the things that I've heard the most about is the floodways issue. And would you mind giving the explanation that you gave me of why this kind of ended up here?
Similar to the rezone that you saw earlier, floodways and floodplains, especially floodways, FEMA does not like to see any structures in those, but they don't prohibit them. They actually give communities tools of, if you're going to allow structures in a floodway, which is not recommended, here's how you do it. No rise certificates, elevation certificates, base flood elevations, floodplain development permits. I mean, there's a whole list of things that you have to look at. But their desire is not to do that. Same thing with like I said, with the rezone that you had earlier today. That was the concerns that came back from city and county staff, was rezoning that south portion of the property to general commercial. It's better to leave it general ag because, FEMA and staff here would like agriculture areas, parking lots, recreational areas, stuff like that, not really structures. However, our floodplain ordinance does not prohibit development in a floodway. We do allow people to request it if they can prove that it's not going to affect the base flood elevation upstream. And that's the key, is if you're going to build in a floodway, then you can't make the situation worse. It's extremely difficult to do because if you have a jar full of water, you start throwing pebbles in it, level's going to go up. But we go off of what the engineers stamp if there's a no rise in floodway when they put an item in there. All right. Also, the way we're intending this is any existing vacation home that happens to be in a floodway would be legal non-conforming or grandfathered, but once or if it was transferred, then just like is written in the ordinance, they kind of start over again.
Mm-hmm. So then they'd have to get a variance if it was a new new
They could
owner.
request a variance to the floodplain ordinance, which is different than the variances that you normally see.
I sometimes wonder about this because it has been something that generated a lot of comments, for me anyway. I wonder if there shouldn't be some reference, vacation home rentals are prohibited in floodways as per the recommendations of FEMA or something like that. Or can you not do that?
Well, we could, but they don't say that. So I don't think we could call it to them. We could refer to, if I remember the conversations correctly, the reason that this was put in there, especially from the Planning Commission where they supported this, was because the people that are renting the homes aren't familiar with the land, the weather, the location, and so it's putting them at a greater risk if there was a flood event, whereas a homeowner would normally be accustomed to the area. So that was also another concern. We could expand that out a little bit more if you'd like.
I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
And I know that the Troxels are here and they have a great deal of concern about that. Do you guys have some comments on that?
Hi, Tom and Pam Troxel, and we have a vacation home rental out at High Sega. I would say our discomfort just went up a lot in the last 3 minutes. We have a conditional use permit for our cabin. Our understanding reading this was that if we were to transfer it at some point, we could do that easily enough and we would be a non-conforming use. We are in the floodway. But if it would mean starting all over, then we would be very concerned that might affect us down the line.
So starting over would be if you were to transfer it, say, to your daughter. Then she would have to come in for a review. So she's coming in as a new applicant, essentially. It would be the same conditional use permit, same number, You wouldn't have to apply for the application fee, but you do have to pay for other fees for advertising. So that part of it is out. So, but the planning commission gets to, I think, in other words, vet the new owner. And in that situation also, if this was to pass, this would be a new condition that needs to be looked at. Right now, it's not in the ordinance, but if it was, then your daughter, that use would be looked at with that in there. And
Okay.
as Commissioner Troutman had said, there's always an option to request a
Well, would
variance for
she
it.
have to request a variance then?
Yes.
Yes, if this was to pass,
Okay.
yes,
And,
yes.
and so to go a little deeper, our concern is just the corner of our building, and it's actually the unoccupied corner of the garage and the deck is in the floodway. And so we would be very concerned about that uncertainty then that would be on our ability to transfer it.
Is it okay to have this conversation? You could put a percentage of the structure in floodway. Staff would like it to be nothing at all. But the commission, you can put a percentage, but then that onus also falls then on the landowner to get a surveyor to get out there and research, evaluate the property and see exactly where that floodplain is in relation to the existing building.
I'd
Or
say the
floodway, sorry.
floodway with a variance makes more sense. It costs you more, but it also reviews it to make sure there hasn't been any incidents or issues with water rising or anything in that area.
Yeah, any development upstream or even downstream is gonna affect the floodway. I mean, it's like throwing rocks into a bucket with water. That water's gonna rise. It's gonna find somewhere to go. But it's up to the surveyors and engineers to figure that out.
But if I could add, this is an existing structure. It's been there since before the flood. It survived the flood. And our assessment is that there are lots of other risks that are much higher probability to folks renting our cabin than a flood. And hitting a deer on Highway 44, for instance. And so I do feel like this is singling that out and putting a uncertainty on our ability to transfer.
It is singling it out because people choose to live in a high-risk area. That's why the government puts on extra taxes, extra insurance for people who don't right out own their property. It is a higher risk area. And so we protect people from things they don't know.
But my point is there are lots of risk out there and.
Right. And that's why there's speed limits and there's stop signs and all those things in place.
But I believe there's exceptions, like we've gave you, but most of the time in the floodway, if it's people that are renting or coming in and not knowing that that's floodway, I think this is a protection for them as well.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Because that was brought to my attention too earlier, that one of the reasons this came about is people coming to rent for a vacation home are not aware of the risk in the area, but yet you'll allow us to rent it monthly as a residential rental. And just this last January through April, we rented residentially monthly to a man that just moved here from Saskatchewan. He knew nothing. He doesn't know about the floodway. He doesn't know, you're not making me do anything. You're not disallowing me to rent from him. And also, as a vacation home rental, I can rent monthly. I don't have to rent nightly or weekly. I can rent monthly. So what's the difference between me renting it as a vacation rental monthly or a residential rental monthly? I'm still in the same property in the same place, and it's just not right. I mean, you'll allow us to live there, you'll allow us to rent to somebody who knows nothing about that there, but as a vacation home rental, you're disallowing it, or going to, or thinking of it.
But on the other hand, we meet every one of our renters, and we have a safety list that we go over, including the risk of a flood, and it.
Yeah, so we're very responsible, we personally check in everybody. The other thing is, just like for our property, and this may not be with some of the other places in the floodway, but for us, within 5 seconds, the people that are there can be at higher ground immediately.
So if there is a something, a flood coming or something, all you have to do is walk uphill a few feet.
And ma'am, I understand what you're saying, but we're doing this for majority, not just
I
your
know,
property.
but
So
that's-
I don't mean that
Yeah.
in a bad way, but you can ask for a variance.
Right.
Again,
I understand that, but it just seems so many sort of inconsistencies with, that it should be looked at on a one-by-one basis to begin with, instead of grouping it all together.
and I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm also willing to compromise with what we're doing here today. So I am listening. I don't know that we would find a different solution. BJ, do you have a different solution? I mean, like you said, we could take out, I think garages are still part of a structure. Decks are a little bit different because you can build in, if I'm correct, drainage areas and stuff, or there's not as far as a setback for decks and stuff, but, I mean, that's a little bit different than a structure.
It's really hard to tell. I mean, they'd raise a good point even about the non-livable area of the property. In coastal floodplains, they kind of have that where they're elevated. It's a whole different animal if you're talking about coastal. But in a vacation home rental, at least the ones I've been in, you have living rooms with pull-out beds. Just because it's not a bedroom doesn't mean someone's not going to be sleeping there at night.
So let me ask you something. How many vacation home rentals, and maybe you don't have this number, are in the floodway that we have agreed to?
I do not know.
I guess that would.
And it was also, this was published in the Rapid City Journal, but 0.2% chance of a flood in a given year. I mean, do you not go to Florida to Disney World because there's alligators there? I mean, it's like, do you just not come here then, or it's, I don't know. It seems like that's a really slight chance.
It was probably that same chance in 1972.
Yeah.
Right,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Mr. Chair. So, PG, the other thing that kind of concerns me, because we're dealing with FEMA. FEMA, I mean, we've recently had great changes based on what the government says is now in a floodway. And what if they change that again? To me, this is still a little bit ambiguous. And I don't know enough about it to make a suggestion, but I am trying to figure out how, I don't know. It just seems like I know they'll come in and change it again, probably.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to see this provision removed from the ordinance and it added as a criterion for the planning folks to use when they grant a CUP.
Well, we have to grant the CUP.
We already do that.
The planning
CUPs are through planning
department
commission unless.
grants CUPs, and I'd like to see that as a criterion in that process.
Can I ask a question, follow up on that? So if it was a criteria, and they were in the floodway, do we approve or deny it?
Once again, that's a criteria if you look at, and then the folks can appeal to us, or appeal to the planning commission, and in turn to us, and in turn to the court. Which leads me to the issue, is this discriminatory? And to me, it is. It's very discriminatory.
But how can we use that as a criteria, George, when there is no way, it's not written down anywhere, there's no...
We make judgments every day, and is everything in black and white? No, that's why we're sitting here and not 5 computers sitting here.
But if they already built in the floodway, and it's in the floodway, that's different than us accepting it that's going to be built in the floodway.
But we're not talking about building, and I guess if this were...
Mr.
Go
Farabee,
ahead.
thank you,
All
sir.
right.
So, and I'm not disagreeing with you, Commissioner Farabee. What I'm saying is, like Hill City, that whole area along that creek, how many of those are vacation home rentals? Do you see what I'm saying? So when they come in and they apply, or they just grandfathered in? Meaning if you're already vacation home rental, we've accepted that, the only way that that's gonna come forward as a floodway is when they do a transfer. So everybody that's already floodway and in there and doing vacation home rentals, they're good. Anybody who does a transfer, that's when the floodway is gonna be an issue.
Yep, and, correct. And the way CUPs are now, if you recall the way, well, you guys usually don't see too many of them. Every once in a while you see them. But one of the things that we list in the current conditions of the property is if it's in a special flood hazard area or not, which is the 100 or the 500-year floodplain or the floodway. So we do use it as a criteria, but if we were to use a criteria, it'd have to be a little bit more specific as to what criteria we're looking at. Because just saying it's in there is almost akin to just number 7 the way it is.
And I think it's working that way already, just from the appeals that we've had come forward, so you see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's working the way it is
Yep.
in a positive already without having to make extra rules.
Looking at the trends around the country and the trainings that we've attended and the trainings that are going to be upcoming, the United States is seeing 1,000-year floods. We only regulate 100-year. 1,000 years, well, it's a lot worse. Not saying that we're going to get one, and the floodplain stretches all the way across the county, and it depends on where it rains, of what's going to be flooded or what's not. So if somebody didn't get flooded in 72, well, maybe you weren't where the rain was. I mean, it was worse in certain areas. It's hard to say it was an umbrella thing across the entire state. The city of Rapid City, if we're looking to be consistent, at some, with our comp plan moving forward, they've developed a flood district, and they regulate in that. We're looking to do that as well, and that's what I brought to the Vacation Home Rental Committee when I asked them to consider this. We actually watched some videos so they had a better understanding of what the floodway and floodplains were, and then they voted to put this in, and so did the Planning Commission. Staff would recommend, we'd like to see no construction in floodways at all. That's the safest way to go. However, there's usually the most lush, the nicest places to be, and FEMA, even with their regulation, they don't want to see any structures in there at all, period. But they do allow you ways to do it, and we do that right now with our floodplain ordinance.
So it's covered by what the committee recommended here. If FEMA lets them and they fit that criteria, they can still build in it. But they have to go through FEMA, which they would anyway. We wouldn't have jurisdiction, so I don't see why it would be.
We would. Currently, Brittany and I would be the ones, certified floodplain managers, to evaluate what the engineers submitted. They would go through FEMA if they wanted to get out of the floodway or the floodplain.
Well, that's what I'm
But we
saying.
would make
If
the
they wanted
determination
to-
if they came in for a
If
structure.
they wanted to make the changes, so it was working, and I think the committee recommendation is a positive.
Okay, did you have a comment, sir?
Sort of, maybe, kind of. I mean, it's obviously you're looking for some type of solution here, and I'm brainstorming a little bit, but could you say living space, occupied space of a structure is prohibited in a floodway? I don't know if that gets, or muddies up the water, but it was just a thought. Especially for these folks here who have just a structure, so a garage is in the floodway, but the living space, occupied space isn't.
Okay. You have some more?
Mr. Chairman, I tag on to that. Does Hill City have any such restrictions?
No. In terms of their vacation home rentals, we would take a look at the floodway and then, or floodplain, and then fall into the same thing. Our administrator would follow the same FEMA rules. I will tell you, though, that most of the data of a lot of this FEMA stuff is incorrect. And we've seen Lomars, and I did one in Hill City based on the data. And we had a couple years ago that 500-year flood event in Hill City. And we thought we built a development based on the 100-year flood. And we did, and that's how it went. And the green space and the floodway totally took everything it came at it. And we were all amazed, so I called my engineers. Anyway, it turns out that the data for the CFMs was grossly overstated by FEMA, 8,490 CFM when it's like 840. And so Had I known that at the time when I was developing this, I probably would have argued that fact. After the fact, I'm going, thank you, that we ended up planning for a bigger deal, because I would have tried to take some of that greenway out. So I'm just saying that these floodways and a lot of these numbers are incorrect, but you have to go by it, right? I mean, by what FEMA says. So in terms of Hill City, we haven't had any issues. And because of that, as a commission, we allowed $40,000 to do a new study throughout whole Hill City to get those numbers correct. Now, what we do with that after that, once we get the 100-year correct, you know, will be the next step, but.
Point being, Hill City is in Pennington County, and you don't have any black and white restrictions on VHRs and floodways.
Conditional use permit,
Right.
go through a process.
But you don't have any
Hearings.
black and white restrictions like this.
No, you know, licensing, health department, we felt that they're regulated enough already,
But you don't have a black and white restriction, prohibition.
other than making sure that they comply with the state health and sales tax and those type of things, not to the degree of that what this ordinance is written at.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, PJ, go ahead.
Well, what would you like, okay to go on after 7? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we remove C7.
New C7, yeah.
7?
C7, Charlie 7, from section 319.
That would be in the proposed one. I just want to make sure everybody knows it's not in the current one. So if you're looking at, trying to find it, it's not in the current one.
I make a move that we remove from the proposal.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you want to do now?
I move that we eliminate 319 Charlie 7 from the proposed ordinance change.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Go ahead.
Okay, moving on, in your page 5 of 8, there was no changes to D, which is also shown up on the screen. Moving into section E, I want to make sure, whoops, let me make sure I'm on the right, hold on a second. I think I flipped through too many documents here. Yeah. There was a couple changes to D. Let me go back and basically just added in the parentheses, section 319 to specify and call out what section it was being referred to. So it says section and then 319. Going down into section E, there were no changes recommended. Section F, performance standards. The first change appears in number 4, where we added the terms local contact. We changed ensure to educate, and we took out the phrase do not create a nuisance per and created what is appearing before you. Item number 5 basically exists as it appeared before with the addition of this statement highlighted, which is, again, allowing the neighbors to know who the local contact is within 500 feet. This also is kind of a first for us when we talked about in the VHR committee, is the mailing is going out first-class mail instead of certified mail, which is what we do on everything, saving the applicant basically $6.75 per letter. So, and it can get extremely expensive for some people when you have 300 letters at $7 a piece to send out. So this is kind of an attempt to see how it goes. No other changes on 6, 7, 8, and 9. Moving down to number 11. Number 11 currently reads, as proposed, quiet hours shall be from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. It did read, or it does read now, quiet hours shall be from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. No outside activities shall be allowed after 10 p.m. So the committee voted to take that second sentence out. Moving down to number 12, this was actually an item of concern last time with the open pits and the fires and stuff. As directed by the commission, I got with the fire coordinator, Danny Gorton, and what you see written currently in your memo and what is on the screen is what he proposes. Moving down to number 13, this would change the maximum allowed daily guests on a vacation home rental. Currently, it reads the maximum number of day guests allowed, should be 50% of the maximum occupancy of the VHR. And what is proposed is the maximum number of day guests allowed, not to include overnight guests, shall be double the maximum occupancy of the VHR. For that specific subsection F, those are all the proposed changes. Stop with that one, that's a lot.
Got a spelling error there.
Spelling area, Ella?
Wes instead of guess in this.
Where are you here? Oh, I think that since day one, that's been spelled wrong. Yeah, we'll make that change. Like me to go on to section G?
Yep.
Okay, the only addition to section G actually is part of the special flood hazard area. We're adding letter N. These are items that the vacation home rental owners have to have posted in their house for the renters when they come in. And so we're asking that if your vacation home rental is located within 1 mile of the special flood hazard area, that you post a map, mostly from Rapid Map up on the wall, so that they are aware of where that special flood hazard area is. That is the 100-year and the 500-year and the floodway, because we're hoping that that map that you put up there will also show the roads and the trails and ways to get out if you need to. So that was just a safety addition. And whether you guys keep C7 in or out, ultimately, we'd still like to keep letter N in. I would, personally. Other than that, that's all the recommendations that were made for the ordinances. There's some other things but we can talk about that afterwards.
Okay, anyone wishing to comment?
Oh, just in general. My name's Jim Bickett Construction, Rapid City. I've been in business for February 1st, be 40 years. I was on the residential contractors board. I understand zoning and regulation pretty good. I have a couple questions. Who enforces these? What's the governing body over this that makes sure these rules are applied? In my business, if I go get a building permit, I have people follow up and make sure that I do the things that I got the building permit for. How do you enforce these regulations? Does anybody have an answer for that?
Goodwill of the people who own it.
The neighbors.
Well, I think some of the things you need to consider is that letting these go very easily, you got to be careful because the neighbor bought that with that zoning in mind. If I go into a low-density residential property and buy a single home dwelling in Rapid City, I don't expect to be able to have 3 families in next to me, or to have a vacation home rental without my approval or my opinion being stated. We've got to have that right. My other observation has been, I have rentals in town, and I rent them on a yearly basis, and that's a whole lot different than a vacation home rental. A vacation home rental, your neighbors are changing every week. I usually signed a year contract. Those people get to know their neighbors. They know how they're going to adapt. And in this case, if I have a vacation home rental next to me, and then I don't know my neighbors from week to week. And they don't know what they expect from me. You know what I mean? They won't know that I don't want them on my property, or how late they stay up, or, those things. So there's a big difference between renting something yearly as a house rental and a vacation home rental. I don't think there's any comparison there.
Are there rules, PJ? I don't think there's rules on vacation home rentals in Rapid City, is there, as to date?
There is, and they're developing new ones. The first chance that they had actually was defeated and they're back and revising again.
Okay. Well, my main concern is it's self-regulated then.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna go in the house and see if they posted the flood flare or nothing. There's nobody, so we're just,
We do.
You do? When?
Yes, on the reviews. On the reviews, we go in and make sure that section G is currently done. If you recall, again, you don't see a lot of them.
Do you go in, you go in the places?
Staff will go in and verify that the stuff is posted and kind of walk around. That's how I've known that there's sleeper sofas or sleeper recliners, stuff, or futons in hallways used as a bed instead of all the bedrooms. But we call the applicant first before we go in.
well, who do you complain to if you have a complaint, if you're a neighbor?
Thank you for the segue. We'll get to that.
Just want to bring those
Yeah.
things up.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Currently, of course, you know, staff goes out to look at all the conditions, and that's what we look at. We do get a lot of citizens complaints, but we don't like relying on the citizens as being the police force. We don't think we believe it's a safety concern if we rely on them only.
So when you get a conditional use permit and you review it in a year, at the review time, you go out and go through it again?
Correct.
And when it's a no review, you don't, on a complaint basis only, you never go through it.
We have gotten away from complaint based only because we believe that that puts the onus then on the neighbors, and we don't want we think that puts the neighbors at risk for being the police force. They're still gonna do it anyway. So what we're looking at doing is possibly extending it out to 7 or 10 years. There's still a review, because at some point, maybe that conditional use permit is no longer in use, but we can clear the paperwork out. So we're, especially on VHRs, I mean, there's very few things that we would do complaint basis only. VHRs would not be one of those. It used to be that was something you strive for and try to earn, but we're starting to learn that might not have been the best route.
I can answer that in a practical matter. I just went through a review on one of the properties that got reviewed, and then it's scheduled for another review in 3 years. And staff did pictures, took everything, met us, talked about all the items in the home.
What's Hill City's program?
Sorry?
What is Hill City's program for VHRs?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
What is Hill City's program for VHRs?
Review in 1 year and then complaint basis.
Same.
Not the 3, I mean, these guys set it up already for another 3-year review.
But Hill City has some kind of a review program.
1 year only, and then complaint after that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, anything further from anyone? If not, we will close this to action by the board.
But we can't quit until Charlie speaks, can we?
Yeah, we can't. Let's move along.
Sorry.
What's your wish?
I'll make a motion to approve with the changes.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second it.
Okay, a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Yeah, I'm going to be forced to vote for it because of the 1 acre, but if I thought there was any chance of it not passing, I'd vote no.
Well, in order to make sure we get the vote right, we'll do a roll call.
But I have a substitute motion. That's to accept the proposed changes, less Charlie 7.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second. Roll call vote.
Buskerud,
No.
Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
This is for the VHR, George's. I'm sorry. This is approve the,
motion.
okay, approve with the changes. Aye.
Troutman,
Yes.
and Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried.
There's still a 35-day waiting period until it takes effect, so anybody can appeal it in that time if they'd like. A couple other items, like I had mentioned, that the committee had mentioned, we had talked about, one of the things we're going to do once this does go into effect is create a web page off of the planning department website, or webpage, I guess I should say, that has the contact information of all current vacation home rentals regardless of zoning district. So that way, when somebody needs to know who to call, they're not calling, say, Meade County Sheriff or the Sheriff's Department, or calling us when it should be the Sheriff's Department. So they have contact information readily available. And the committee was pretty much in agreement with that. So just wanted to let you know about that final spot. Other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 25.
Commissioners, I am bringing in front of you just notification. I placed it on the agenda to do my duty in letting you guys know as a board that we have a position open on the Air Quality Board, the member at large, that you as a board appoint, that I have been unable to get any interest from any citizens to sit on this committee. So I'm open to any other ideas, suggestions to garner interest. My hope is someone will see this, or word of mouth, anybody that you may know of, to sit on the committee.
Volunteer in the audience, I think. She was shaking her head.
So I will keep advertising through our normal routes. If anybody has any ideas outside of the box, I'd be more than willing to listen. The idea was thrown out about appointing an employee. It's been determined that that'd be a conflict of interest, so can't go that route. But it's a board that meets quarterly. It's not a huge time commitment, but there are qualifications that an individual needs to meet to sit on that air quality board, so.
So could it be someone, well, no, they already have someone from industry.
They do.
Yeah, so we couldn't go into any of the, is there someone at the School of Mines? I don't know.
We have a couple commissioners that might need a job after the first.
I don't have qualifications. We got a gentleman here.
Teasing, yeah.
So no action needed today, just FYI.
Excuse me, may I ask what the qualifications are?
Sure.
You may. According to the ordinance, all voting members shall be residents of or work in the regulated areas as defined, or in the area as regulated in section 102A of Pennington County Ordinance 12, with the exception of the two industry members, and they shall not derive a majority of their income, either directly or indirectly, from a person who is subject to the regulations. So there is a map on the city's website that will show you the area of the air quality control.
Okay, thank you. Could do that. I'm a citizen, I live in Rapid City. I previously was a member of the Air Quality Review Board about 20 years ago.
Nice.
You're appointed.
You're in. Was that a motion?
Give Holly a call and get her going.
I used to work for the City of Chicago Department of Air Quality.
Oh,
Well, then I'm not so sure again.
Ali, is there, do we need a motion?
Not today, sir. I'll get in touch with him and we'll put it on the next agenda for appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, items from the chair, I don't have any.
I have nothing.
Did I already tell you guys about Veterans Court? They started Veterans Court. That was pretty awesome watching. They have a new Veterans Court. They have a committee that goes through and helps the veterans that are in the court system, and then have a liaison that kind of helps them through that system if they want the help. So just to know info for the community, we do have a Veterans Court now in process. And the other thing is, I'd like to thank John Kaiser, who has worked diligently to secure vision funds for stalling for the fairgrounds. It took a lot of work, and he's worked on that for about a year to get where he is, or with the committee and the staff at the fairgrounds, and I think it'll be a positive for the fairgrounds for the future, and them building a even better base than they have today, so.
Okay, Nancy?
On Friday, I was part of a panel for the Western Governors Conference, and what the gist of our panel was is talking about collaborative efforts for, again, it started in Mountain Pine Beetle, but what we are seeing going forward. And one of my main jobs that they asked me to do was to talk about our stewardship agreement that we have. And there were people from all over the western part of the United States. And the thing that was interesting is that there were some who had looked at it and said, oh, it's just too hard. And there were others that just didn't know about it. And so what Scott Guffey has done for our county is, it even became more apparent to me. He really had to work hard to figure out how to do it because nobody is really doing it. It's a tool that's pretty new from the 2014 laws passed by Congress. So the fact that we're getting some joint efforts with the Forest Service and with us in creating safer routes through the forest, and we're saving ourselves some money. It really was apparent to me that we need to thank Scott Guffey for that.
Thank you, Nancy.
Commissioner Farabee?
It's time for us to ask the legislature to do their job. If we're going to regulate people's private property rights, in this case, VHRs, the legislature should do it. I think we all heard today that the surrounding counties in the Black Hills don't have such a thing. You folks don't hear the comments that I do, because they're all in my district, virtually all of them. Aspen Park, or whatever it's called up there, just across the road, Lawrence County, Meade County, whatever it is, whatever county. If that 50 or 100 acres were across the road, those folks wouldn't have anybody to complain to. They complain to me. I can't do anything about it, and most of those lots are well over 1 acre. But somebody put SRD, called them SRD, so now they want to live out in the middle of nowhere, and they don't want to have their peace disturbed by snowmobiles or ATVs or VHRs. You just can't have it both ways. And some of the legislatures step up and say, okay, this is the way it's going to be for rural South Dakotans. It's time for Pennington County to quit being an isolated county in South Dakota. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, George, I can see what you're saying there, because this got started because we had so many complaints against vacation home rentals. And it was a huge issue about 7 years ago. And so you're right.
Let the legislature
we were forced into it, and because the the residents wanted it.
And even worse,
now,
here's the cities.
Yeah.
Rapid City and Hill City, they just routinely approve VHR. So
yeah.
Anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any more committee reports? If not, item 28, approval of the vouchers.
Move approval of the vouchers?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried, 4-1. Items from the public.
You public?
Hi. The numbers I gave you this morning when I glanced at them before I came down here on how many people use the SST, I gave you statewide numbers.
I thought there was a little.
I wanted to clarify it. It was 188 transactions totally in Pennington County
Okay.
for
Last
both
month.
places.
Last month. Thank you, Ms.
Yes, for November.
Okay,
Good thing we
thanks.
got that corrected.
She wanted to be
She's
honest.
looking good.
Dan Richard. Hey, first thing I want to do is piggyback on Commissioner Troutman's statement about Scott Guffey. He is probably the most helpful county employee you got. And he will do whatever he's got to do to help you out, even if it's not his area of responsibility. He's a super guy. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, this one, you had two committees meet. One brought in a taxpayer expense, flew in 5 guys for interviews, and another one, I mean, you got all these committee meetings, you got another one that meets all the time to change, leave benefits and family leave, and when are taxpayers gonna get to sit on some of these committee meetings?
Every time we have an election.
I don't agree with that. After I seen
But
that Marcy's Law passed with that much, I don't agree with that. So, I think each one of you should be able to select one person from your district to sit on some of these.
sometimes.
What do you elect us for?
Any other comments?
I want to thank you for acting on the VHR ordinance today. I have a few comments for you to think about, and I'll also bring these to planning and zoning. And first of all, the issue, Jim Beckett brought up the issue of enforcement. And I think that's important. Actually, the only facts that were presented through all of this were the ones that PJ did this last meeting, dividing the zoning districts up by greater or lesser than 1 acre. We had some people come and talk to us. I don't want to misconvey what we did, but very few facts. One of the things that we know, I think, although I've not been able to get an answer yet, we do know how many conditional use permits we have currently in operation by property in the county. That number we do know. We do not know how many are grandfathered in, and we do not know how many are illegal. And it will take, and I believe we need to know this in this county. I think it's knowable, but we don't know it. And so I think planning and zoning should be tasked, and however they need to get this done, to find out what this population looks like, because we have made ordinances or an ordinance not knowing that information. And I think it could be figured out how to get it. We should be able definitely to find out those that are grandfathered, because I believe most of those are licensed through the Department of Health. We can match the two, and that's not been done. Those that are illegal would take much more research, but I think we need to do that. Then we need enforcement, and that is a problem for us because we don't look for problems and we don't have the staff to enforce. But to be fair, and I've had that word used to me, it's not fair. We do need to enforce. The second is, I want to have you think seriously about the variance process. And I've had people actually tell me this. The common attitude in Pennington County, and I've heard you refer to it, some of you up here, is that you go ahead and do what you want, even if it violates the ordinance. Then if you're caught, you pay the penalty and you come in and you ask for a variance. And we have all seen this happen. I've sat here a lot of times, as you know, we've seen this happen. If the bricks and mortar are done they're going to get it. That's my attitude in this county. You're not going to make somebody tear something down or move it. So be very judicious in the variance process as these VHRs come forward, and I don't know how many there will be for an acre or less, but there's prime property out there that would be beautiful for VHRs to come in for these variances. Determine when you're going to allow them and when you aren't. Use your variance process judiciously is what I'm saying. The third is, I think we can use the CUP process much more effectively than we have in the past. I think we can use the CUP process, and as we were talking about the floodways, that we can individualize it. And I use the example, and I don't know if I've used it with any of you, but the one that came before you where the garbage was a problem and the ATVs and the dust were a problem, the one up north. And I came up either before you, and I get confused between two commissions because I've met before you. We could have put in that CUP that operator who is questionable, that operator put in their own garbage service. Neighbors, issue gone. Could have asked them, as the neighbors did, to trailer the ATVs. We didn't put that in the CUP process, so when it comes up for review, it's not there. They can't review against it. And I don't sit on the commission, I don't know the rules, but it seems to me like we could individualize, listen to people as they come in. If they have issues, get those into the CUP so that when it comes up for review, then it can be reviewed against it. And I think it will help a lot with the neighbors. Right now, we have folks out there who are very disheartened. They believe that they have not been heard. I don't agree with that. I think we've tried our very best to hear people, had extra meetings, but listen to them, and this would be back in planning and zoning more than you, but it will be appealed to you, is individualize the CUP process. So I think we can do it better, and any way I can, I'd be happy to help, but my big issues now in the future are enforcement. Know what we've got out there. Task somebody with finding out what we're really dealing with, because I don't know how many we even have at this point with CUPs. That's a known number. But we hear all of these numbers about hundreds, and I don't know, no, none of us know. I think we need to put some time into that. And as you work through the new comp plan, revision of the comp plan, I think those kinds of things are important to know. Use the facts. Get the facts in making your decisions. So enforcement, be judicious about the variance process, or you're going to lose folks who they're going to distrust you more than they do now. And then we can do better with the CUP process. So that's my advice into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know we're not supposed to comment, but I can't resist. You got two new representatives in your district and in the legislature, and I think you ought to go and
My
talk.
district, okay.
You got two new representatives, you got the old senator, but anyway, you got to work for the legislature, right? Lobby them?
I don't ordinarily, no.
Oh, but you can, right?
Well, yes, I can.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else?
Good afternoon, I'm Chuck Jasper. Unlike the 2 cents material for the Wretched City Journal, I appear and state my thoughts personally. I have 2 items of old business I want to address. I appeared before this board on August 2nd of this year, and I think I politely and courteously, as a citizen, a voter, and a taxpayer, asked 2 questions. And I don't think this board gave me the courtesy of a response. And I don't think you even acknowledged my presence. The August 16th meeting, another citizen, Rex Conrad, asked one of the same questions, and I don't think he received a response either. My first question was, what is the legal authority for the code of conduct for county commissioners? On September 13th, I noticed my second question had been addressed because the code of conduct for petition circulators had been corrected. But in checking the minutes of the county commissioners' meetings, I couldn't find anything addressing it. So I'm wondering, how did that miraculously get corrected? I recognize you folks have policies and issues, and you welcome those comments. But I guess by your own policy, you have a gag, so you can't respond to me today. That's okay. I'm wondering, should I put this on the agenda for your next meeting, or are you going to kick the can down the road and let the next Board of Commissioners handle it? I guess that's up to you folks. But as I said at my last time I addressed you, you have my contact information. If you want to contact me, I'm willing to address this any way you want. And if you want, I'll put it on the agenda for the next board meeting. Now, a little bit earlier, I appeared before you and I didn't identify myself, but when the question came up about the Air Quality Review Board, at least that's the way it was addressed when I was on the board about 20 years ago. As I said, I'd volunteer to do that again. And the young lady that was here, she, I think, has my contact information. As I said, I worked for the city of Chicago for about 2.5 years. I left them in 1967. But I think I still know enough about air pollution to where I can help this county. Again, thank you.
Anyone else? We do not have need for an executive session, as I understand it. So we have one possible solution.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.